Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Good morning to those of you on the West Coast. Let's do an audio check, and then we'll see if the chat is working. I see that my video is coming through kind of stuttery, but the audio is good. So let's see the chats. We've got Anders. Good evening from Stockholm, Sweden. And in fact, the first couple of articles that come from Anders. And then I've got like 6 that I pulled out in the notes, and then everything else I found just opening the browser this morning. I was like, whoa, missed all of this. Or not really missed, but it was a busy week. And so some of it I pulled up a couple times just so we get the different perspectives. And then obviously, if the other perspectives are the same, then we'll just close that article and move on to the next one. And let's get started here. Let's go to Andrew's first article first. Let me turn this fan real quick. Lights do not help. All right, I want to translate the page from Swedish. I would, except that it looks like you gave me the translation link already, so I don't need to. So I'll close that and we'll share tab. Share screen. All right. So, like I said, this first article comes from Anders. And let's get our view straight. There we go. So this is how the police, ambulance, and fire brigade must convert to electric operation. Let's give you guys a copy of the link here if you want to read it in full. Oh boy. Thanks, Facebook. You screwed over my ability to post the chats. Whenever my Facebook integration gets messed up, it blocks all of the chats. Let me see if I can't use this little... Nope, that just shows where the comments are coming from. I'm not that big. All right, so unfortunately, those of you on Twitter and LinkedIn are going to be without the chat because I'm going to post them over on YouTube because Facebook screwed it up for the rest of you guys. Sorry. But anyway, over in Facebook is a link to the article. And let's do a little run through. Let's go and close this video real quick. So I need to remember at the end of the show to refresh the Facebook integration. You may be seeing it there, you may not. I think you are, because if you weren't, it wouldn't have. When it was broken entirely, like it won't let me do the show at all. Versus what it's doing now, where it won't let me chat. Okay, let's see. So they're talking about the 2035 combustion ban that's coming from the EU. How it's going to affect emergency services. Uh-oh, we have a visitor. Hello, Moto. You going to talk to our friends? Yeah? Oh. Hey, baby. She's in her watermelon outfit today. Yeah, I know. There you go. You don't want to wear it? You want to look at it? Here, put these on. Super. Hello, Moto. You hear me? Of course I hear you. You're right in my face, Daddy. That's funny, huh? All right, let's unplug the cable if you're not going to listen. There you go. You want to say hi to everybody? Look, it's Patrick. Hello, Patrick.
Hello. You said, uh-oh, we have a visitor right as I logged in. And I'm like, why am I an uh-oh? And then it wasn't me.
That's why I didn't hear it, because I was talking to Moto. Usually it announces. You don't want to talk to Patrick? Here. Patrick's going to talk to you for a second. Yeah. She's more concerned with the cord on the bottom of the headphones.
All right. Tech future. I like it.
I unplugged the cord so she didn't break it. Oh, man. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you doing? Look, you can watch us over here.
Yeah.
I don't know how many layers down we go because it's dropping pretty fast, but that's pretty funny.
Yeah. So Facebook messed up where I could put it into the chat. So I put it in the Facebook or in the YouTube chat. But they had a couple of things that came up about the transition for to EVs for emergency services, and so they brought up a couple of points that are salient and need to be considered, as well as they made some mistakes that other non EV drivers would make, like down. You can't go down while you're plugged in. All right, I'll unplug you first.
Or does she mean up more?
Yeah, do you want up more? Down. Okay. She wants to show her mom her headphones.
Cool.
So it's like this concept of, oh man, when you're not on a call, you're gonna have to be plugged in all the time. That's only true if your municipality uses the absolute cheapest and smallest battery packs,
Right.
which is not necessarily a bad decision. Although for your fire trucks, like at least a quarter of your fire trucks can't be that way, and your interceptors can't be that way for the police. And probably none of your ambulances should also be that way, unless you have like 50% of them are long range and 50% of them are super local. My thinking as an EV driver.
Right. You don't want first responders being range limited. You don't want to have them worry about, oh, I couldn't get there. We had to stop and charge. We'll be there in 2 hours, and that's not going to fly. That's
That was one of their arguments. Like, hey, you don't want to tell a patient you got to stop charging first. But at the same time, that also brings in another misconception: is that you can't interrupt your charge. Like, you totally can interrupt your charge. You got to go somewhere, unplug, assuming you've got the range to make it.
Right. Yeah. And the nice thing about if these work in a specific area, you know what range you need, you know what your service area is, and you can buy an EV that covers that, and then this will never be a problem.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying, you don't have to make them all long range if your concern is to save some money. But if they were all long range, then you just have that much less wear and tear on those vehicles that don't go anywhere. And then when it's time for your lease to be up or time to recycle the fleet, maybe you don't need to make as large a purchase the next time around.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other points they make is that 2035 seems like a long way off, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Time flies.
Right around the corner. Sure. Especially on a municipality situation where you got to make your fleet order in advance. I was talking to, I was at a Ram store the other day because I was looking at Maxwell again. And if you don't remember Maxwell, they take Ram ProMasters and they shove a Tesla Model Y underneath them. And,
oh, wow.
Yeah. And so, well, I was trying to figure out like what I was looking at. The sales manager, he printed out 2 exact orders. He's like, hey, this is a local plumber. And I ordered these in November of 22, and they still haven't even started construction yet. So imagine if you are a government fleet instead of a plumber with 2 vans, you need 20 to 30 of these vans quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You got to wait for them to make them. And Stellantis is one of those ones that did the opposite of Toyota and Tesla, where they ramped down during the pandemic rather than holding steady on the stuff that they knew that they couldn't get more of, like chips and that sort of thing. So they're still trying to recover from the shortages, because once you get out of line, you get behind the people who are going to be willing to pay for more, like Tesla and Toyota in this case.
Exactly.
And Toyota, they've been doing their just in time for a very long time. They invented it, so they knew never dip on the chips or anything else that's going to take too long to spin up and spin down. But something like, say, window switches, like the plastic, you cut them off and order new ones from China or something, but not your chips.
Yeah, logistics management is probably the hardest part of being a auto OEM.
Definitely.
Yeah, 2035 is right around the corner, right? So you need to think about that with her. Are you saving in a 529 if Moto wants to go to college? She'll be in college in 2035 if she goes that way.
It will. We've got a little bit going on, but we haven't started everything we need to start for her just because she's rocked the finances. We're down to 1 income for a lot longer than I was expecting we'd be. So, but at the same time, if we go back up to 2, will the second one even count if she's in daycare the whole time? And that's just eating up a whole second paycheck.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So we'll just rejigger some things and make it happen. But
Right. Yeah, but even a small investment, time is on your side,
Yes,
right? So don't wait.
exactly.
Yeah,
Compound interest and time in
exactly.
the market.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's not at zero, but she's not where she needs to be either.
Right. She doesn't need to be where that not zero is great at her age. That's a good start.
Yeah. Kind of wish somebody had done that for me. All right,
Yeah.
so
Tell
the
me about
next
it.
one that Andrew sent us is kind of similar, and it's about the police cruise light. What you need to know, and if I'm interpreting this correctly from the translation, some of our municipalities do this with the police already. They call it. I had it before the show, but basically, instead of in this case in these EU police cruisers, they're going to dim the lights and just run them at a lower level all night. And in
Hmm.
our case, we have another set of indicator lights that's like on the edges of the light bar. So like right where that arrow is. So just on the front, the back, and the side, there's three little lights, and they already run at reduced intensity. And if you see that, that basically means that not only are they patrolling, it tells you that they're active on the clock. Just because you see a police car come through and it doesn't have the lights on doesn't mean they won't snatch you. But if you see them
Mm-hmm.
on, then that's somebody that you can flag down and know that you're not. Uh, you know how people are when they're not actually working, but you see them in their work uniform.
Yeah, I think if you're in a marked police car, you're on duty, whether or not you're officially on the clock or not. If you're in the public, there's an expectation, and you kind of have to do that job right then with whoever's in your face. Don't go, no,
Yeah,
I'm going to call for someone else to deal with this. Just
right.
do
And
it.
that's sometimes what you'll see if you flag somebody down and they are off the clock and like heading home or back to the depot. They might say, "Hey, this is not exactly an urgent emergency. I'm going to call somebody who is," and they'll wait with you just to make sure that whatever is going on is doesn't escalate. And then that other person can sit there and do the hour of paperwork after they're done with you.
Right, right. That's true. Yeah. Although if I see a police car and I need a cop, I'm not going to look to see if they have some little light on the side. I'm
Right?
just
Yeah. No.
gonna.
No. 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 Definitely just flag them down, and they'll
Mhm.
help you. But uh, it might tell you the kind of response you're going to expect.
Right. They are people too and have moods and
Exactly.
yes, yeah.
And so Swedish police are calling this the cruise light, and USA in England use it. And let's see, especially with police cars having the roof light on, you want to mark your presence. It's meant to increase safety, and then that's basically what we use it for. More than saying that they're on duty, at least the
Yeah.
ones jurisdictions I've been in that use it, is it draws extra attention. Hey, you're being watched. You better
Yeah,
not be
that
up to
car is
something.
definitely trying to get attention with all that
Exactly.
yellow on it.
Yeah, versus the undercover cop with the stealth badge on the side, like his
Exactly.
one tone off from the paint color.
Right. We met the
Could be,
legal minimum contrast.
yeah. We were exactly 3 shades of gray off from the paint.
Right.
Yeah. This one was another one that I really enjoyed. It's about a 12-minute video, so I'm gonna send a link to the Electrek article into the YouTube, and I'm not gonna watch it here because it's a professional piece and it's got music in it. But they brought up a couple of really cool things. Like you might have seen a bunch of folks arguing about the mega chargers because the mobile mega charger is something like what 300 to 400 kilowatts. The
Hmm.
one in Baker,
So not
and
not the full megawatt, but
right,
yeah, a third of
yeah,
that.
and then we
Okay.
already knew that the ones at Pepsi were not the full megawatt either.
Hmm.
But they confirm again that these are 750 kilowatt stations, which is 3/4 of a megawatt. And the
Yeah.
reason they point, yeah, and they point out that's all they needed. They're not public mega chargers; they're Pepsi's mega chargers. So
Hmm.
why pay for more service than you need? And it
Right.
gets more into that vein. They pointed out that the whole facility was running on one substation before.
Mm.
When they asked for 7 mega chargers, the power company was like, "Hold up." They they had to put them on a second and maybe even a third substation, from if I'm understanding it correctly.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
yeah,
So your home electricity bill, you just get charged per kilowatt hour. But one of the
right,
things a lot of businesses get charged for is demand charges, which also increases the max draw you make can scale the bill. So
yes,
so you want to make sure that you've got that all worked out before you start running a half dozen mega chargers or more.
Yeah, and that was one of the things they pointed out as well. Is they said that since this is exclusive to the mega chargers, we can apply for programs that say this is an automotive fuel rather than general purpose use in the factory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then they also, because they've got this advertisement on the side of the vehicle that says it's fueled with renewable energy, they can also earmark to make sure that only renewable credits or actual, from the duck curve solar pumps into these trucks. Whereas you can't guarantee that at the prices that they already have for the whole factory.
Right.
And the other part of why not go megawatt, aside from, as we just mentioned, it's not free. It's also more than they need, because remember, this is an active depot. They're loading and unloading trailers,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
shuffling drivers, doing paperwork, and so
Mm-hmm.
I heard two different figures. One from a driver, which was much shorter than the admin. The admin said 40 minutes from 5% to 80%. The driver said 30 minutes from 5% to 95%.
Right.
So
Yeah. I wonder if they have different range vehicles, and they're talking about two different semis.
they could,
or
yeah. Or maybe that's their minimum target is 45 minutes, 40 minutes to restore 80%, and these drivers just filling up during a time when the whatever sharing levels just aren't there, and they're getting the full 750.
Right. Yeah, that's a
Or
good point. Having more mega chargers means you need to use them less often because you can opportunity charge during all this other stuff. Yeah, if it's coming and going to warehouses and you've got time while you're eating lunch, doing paperwork, grab a few watt hours and you're ready for the next round without it ever really being. There's difference between charging time and waiting for charging time.
yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be waiting on a charge when you've got a limited amount of time you could be there.
Exactly.
They talked about how they hot seat the drivers. So I was wondering, like, why they had specified the 500-mile range for their fleet instead of the 300-mile range. First is their runs run from 250 to 450 miles, so they're cutting it close on some of those longer runs at a 500-mile fully loaded. And then the other part of it is they're hot swapping the drivers. So they have like a mid shift, an evening shift, and a morning shift, and they run them 24/7.
Wow.
Yeah. And a couple of the drivers pointed out that how easy it is to drive and turn, how close to the front of the cab you are, because there's no engines. They just shove you right to the front. You get great visibility. And I enjoyed this piece. So if you find yourself with 12 extra minutes in the day, hit play and watch it roll. What do you think
Yeah,
about this,
I
Patrick?
watched it. Yeah, there was
did?
a female driver, and she was talking about how I'm not a tech person, and yet I got this. It just made sense, and how she wanted to be an early adopter, and she wanted to promote more women driving electric semis. This gives you so much more opportunity into a new aspect. If you're an early adopter, you can embrace that technology and maybe make a change going forward, which I thought was kind of cool.
Definitely. And one thing that Electric pointed out here, but they grabbed the wrong figure, is they pointed out that Pepsi said that they had an efficiency of 1.7 kilowatt hours per mile on average with the semi. 1.7 is what Tesla is quoting. Pepsi quoted 1.1 kilowatt hours per megawatt hour,
wow.
per mile. Yeah, so they actually did better than what Tesla's saying. Normally these comments are pretty salient, the one that gets highlighted like this, but this one was not. They were talking about batteries in the trailer. And when you're hauling soda and other beverages, like we're talking mostly water, you're gonna weigh out before you cube out. The potato chips maybe, but not the beverages.
Right.
They also pointed out,
and you need to be able to drop and just grab another trailer, and
exactly.
And if you add that much cost to the trailers, now it causes. One of the things that Tesla said early on was they went and talked to the people who would be operating these vehicles. And I think that batteries in the trailer might have been one of Tesla's early ideas, where they said, no way, we need to be able to go and drop a trailer, grab a trailer, do this, do that. We don't want to we often have to leave trailers in places. And so I think that idea was nixed early on. But I do think it was considered.
The extra half ton of or extra ton.
Yeah, right. They got some extra weight allowance, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
One I could see Tesla still going with is on depending on the load is solar across the top of the trailer. But
Oh
again, that
yeah.
would be another connection you have to worry about, and you've already got at least 4 that you're dealing with, and
If you're running a
that's
refrigerated trailer, I think that makes a lot of sense.
yeah, because it
You've
reduces
already got
the
extra
consumption.
cost. Yeah, yeah, to run that AC without it taking off the traction pack.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Maxwell is doing on their vans. If you get a
Oh,
refrigerated van, you can get it with the they have an RV solar package.
it
With
sounds
one
like you want
point,
one of these, Kacey.
indeed. So on this refrigerated package with the RV solar, you can have 1.7 or 1.9 kilowatts of solar on top, and rather than drawing, but you can draw from the traction pack. So you're driving this thing at night or inside or under clouds, you can draw from the traction pack. But if you got a nice full sunny day and you're delivering flowers or organic vegetables from the farmers or to the farmers market, that can be powered from the rooftop array, and that's
Right. And one of
really
the
powerful.
points you made that I really liked was, when you need air conditioning the most? When it's sunny out.
Exactly.
So those go really well together.
They do. Yeah. Let's see what was up next here. This one I wanted to just touch on, but not really too interested in it until we see something static, which apparently is going to be in 2 weeks. Acura has teased
Acura
their
can't steal that. That's an infringement.
right.
They're going to get a lot.
Must see them in court.
Cease and desist. Yeah.
So apparently they're bringing back the ZDX, and it's going to be an electric car, and apparently it's going to be in their collaboration with GM. So again, this goes to what I was saying with Honda is probably going to be dragged into NACS, whether they want to be or not, because I don't see GM going through the trouble of sourcing CCS ports in 2025, 2026 for Honda. Doesn't mean that Honda won't pay extra and get it done.
Wait, so Acura is a Honda brand,
right?
So now you mentioned GM. What's the connection there?
So GM is sharing their platforms with Honda for the SUVs for EVs for at least a couple of products, including the Honda Prologue, I believe, and the RDX. ZDX that's coming out now. And so with that being shared platforms, oh, thank you, baby. You brought me some crackers. Do you want some? Oh, you already have one. Oh, thank you. So with the ZDX being probably just the Acura version of the Honda Prologue with minor tweaks, I'm seeing that yes, I don't think that they will still be on CCS after 2025.
Yeah, it makes no sense for anybody to be on CCS after 2025.
Yeah. And so just because Honda didn't announce doesn't mean that Honda isn't part of this, is what I was getting at there. Don't touch the keyboard.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
when they don't have,
we'll find out. Go ahead.
Yeah. When they don't have anything going on in the EV space worth mentioning, why would they make that announcement? That's
exactly
just foreshadowing some reveal they want to do later.
Exactly. Because in the States, they have a hydrogen car and a plug-in hybrid. And in Europe, they've got a city car electric. And then whatever they're doing in China. But everybody's doing something in China with a collaboration, except for the native Chinese companies and Tesla, which are just straight up EVs in China anyway.
There was an all-electric Clarity in the U.S. for a while.
Yes.
I think it had 80 miles of range, and I think it's been discontinued.
I think it's been discontinued. I haven't seen any. I've only seen the plug-in hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the fuel cell. The Clarity was originally a fuel cell. So
Right.
Yeah. Yes, sweetie. Want more up? You can't have my glasses. She were in the store yesterday, and she picked out a doll. And she was trying to choose between 2 dolls. And she picked the one with glasses. And I didn't realize that until we got her in the car, and my wife opened it, and she stole the glasses from the doll.
Seems to be one of her favorite games.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. Hackers managed to unlock Tesla's software locked features worth $15,000. Why didn't you just say they managed to unlock FSD?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I wonder if they think this is a better headline for the rest of the outside of the Tesla bubble. This might be a better headline. But it's electric. They're all about the Tesla bubble.
Right? A couple of the other copies of this article I loaded up from other places. None of them mentioned this price. They said features like heated seats. So I'm betting that what happened here, in fact, if this is exactly the one I read earlier in the week, then it was heated seats, and then they said that they could do FSD if they had more time. Free heated seats. Yeah, this is the same one. So how did they call it? They said they were like fuzzing the system, like messing with the electric.
I thought it was a voltage regulator that
Yeah,
they
voltage
were
regulator.
tweaking, and that gets the CPU into some state that it's not intended to be in.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this is not like they just pulled out their cell phone and hacked the car, right?
Right.
You need physical access to it. You need to get in there and tweak with these components, and it's not. I'm glad that it's now a known hack, and I'm sure that Tesla. I think this had the AMD infotainment system, so I'm sure they're working with AMD to find some fix for this, whether it's software or just a new component that they put in cars going forward, so they at least limit the exposure to certain model years or whatever. So exactly. We've talked about Pwn to Own on the Tesla Life multiple times. So I don't know of any other company that does as much for vehicle security as Tesla does, actively engaging with the community, having things like this. Was this an event like Pwn to Own or just some researchers?
I think it's just some researchers because everything else brought up that they do Pwn to Own. And caveat here, don't go trying to copy these people for several reasons. One is you're now messing with a potentially safety-oriented aspect of your vehicle, and you could injure yourself, and worse, you could injure others out there on the road. Because just because you see, heated seats are now unlocked, doesn't mean that you didn't break ABS or something.
Whoops! Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fool around, find out. Don't do that.
Exactly. F around and find out. And the other part of this is you may be looking like, I got some free stuff, or hey, my car had it. What's wrong with that? Really, nothing except for the fact that since you didn't pay for the license for these things, at any point, if you get a repair or take an update, they could fix it, and there it goes away again. And you could say, I'll just give up updates. A couple of owners of older Model S's tried that, and two things could happen with that. One, your car gets so far out of date, and all of a sudden you do need service, and now you got to pay for them to plug a laptop in to update your car manually, and it's going to take about 50 minutes because they're updating every chip in the car. And two, depending on what else goes out there, if there's a recall that's just dire enough, we saw this happen in 2019, where actually there's two levels of it, but in 2019 what we saw was the lighter level of this, is we saw where they had already stopped doing the over-the-air updates for almost everybody, and whatever came out, they didn't say what it was, so it must have been security related, because they usually, if they don't say, that's what it is. And so it was one morning in the spring of 2019, I believe, or the summer of 2019. I went into work and I came back out and there was a software update waiting for me on the car. So what they did was they pushed an update to the entire fleet that day. Usually what they did was they, even when they did them over the air, they would roll them out in waves like they do typically today. So to do the entire fleet and to tell it not to care about Wi-Fi and do it all at once, somebody had hacked something and had a 0 day or something to that effect, and Tesla like, yeah, we're getting in front of this. But it wasn't quite to the level where they forced the install. They've done this before once or twice as well, where as soon as the car parks, it'll do the update. And the reason they don't want to do that is the same reason that they tell you when you go do your own updates, hey, the car can be down for 50 minutes.
Right. And if you just park to run in and grab some to-go food, and then you come back to your car and it's doing a update, and you have to sit there for 30 more minutes while your food gets cold.
Right, in a 15-minute parking zone, no standing.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that could all be bad. So I'm glad they don't do that too often.
Right. I think they might have only done that once, and it wasn't the whole fleet that they forced them to install now. It was the same sort of situation, like, hey, drive motor may not stop, or car may not go.
Right. And that must have been a safety critical issue if they were going to that degree.
And so that could catch you. And again, you're just messing with stuff that the same argument that people like to throw out there about FSD, except that it's real here. Like I don't want to be a part of your experiment, because at this point you're not running a car that's been validated. Again, if you throw out your ABS or your traction control or your stability assist or whatever, now, like say you just go to change lanes and the car has the wrong programming now and says, it sees you turning left and it decides it's going to do a 180 spin. Who knows? That's different than FSD trials where, there's still a human in charge, and if they screw up, well, you got somebody who was already intending to be liable for it all. And that's still the case here, except that here we don't know what's going to happen. At least whereas FSD, we know that you should be taking over. And that's why I say it's similar to what they're saying, but real instead of imaginary and, oh, the sky's falling, clutch my pearls. Yeah. This one I came across. I hadn't intended to do it, and I looked back on it, and I saw what they were saying. And I was like, yeah, this is actually worth talking about. So this concept is about how much resources the Earth generates every year. And they're saying that this year we're going to use 1.7 Earth's worth of resources. So basically 1.7 years worth of resources in 1 year of the Earth's production. So we're depleting what's there. This is what this is all about. We're about, conservation and living light on the Earth, right? And this is called Earth Overshoot Day. It was on August 2nd. It's calculated as the day humanity used up more than the total amount of resources made available by the Earth over the course of the year. And that day's been getting earlier and earlier every year. And that's from 1971 to 2023. So 1971, they actually recovered from 1972, and it's been getting worse every year. I just wanted to bring that up.
This is an interesting metric. It's an interesting way to think about things. We at some point, if you're not at 1 for 1 or better, then you are depleting some resource. Now, I don't know what all resources they consider. Is fresh water, energy? What all are they?
Deforestation, overfishing, overused cropland, leading to desertification, and that's important right there. We learned that in the Great Depression about not over farming the land, because
Dust
not only does that affect the land you have, it also affects all the land around where you are, and then it starts to affect the weather, which is a snowball. And not a good kind of snowball.
Yeah, a hot, dry snowball.
Yeah, it's dusty. Where did you get this remote, baby? Oh, you changed the lights on the counter? Those don't work anymore. Yeah, they stopped working after we moved out. Inefficient land use from suburban sprawl. That one's not going to get any better until we do something about our zoning in the States here and other countries.
That is one thing we do really well here in Oregon. We have urban growth boundaries, they're called, and it kind of forces infill. And you can, it's really kind of nice because once you drive outside of the suburbs, you're in farmland pretty quickly, which is kind of nice.
Joel's asking if that means we are Kurishkev type 1 civilization. I'd have to look that up. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, so that's a scale that talks about where a society gets their energy. And I don't remember the whole scale off the top of my head, but you're utilizing stuff that comes from the sun. At some point, you have a Dyson sphere and you're using the entire sun. And then at another level, you're using universal zero vacuum energy. I mean, so it's an interesting sci-fi idea. I think we're still effectively at level 1. We're still digging rocks out of the ground and burning them, sadly.
Yeah, definitely. Another one that came up that I hadn't anticipated, and it's always fun, is the first Tesla and first EV period to drive around the world is doing it again now. In 2012, Raphael did something that nobody else had done. He drove around the world in an electric car, an original Roadster. And now he's doing it again in the same car.
Wow.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
My first encounter with Tesla at the auto show was not this car, but one that went with it for a leg, I think. And they did a coast to like from California to Detroit, and so that Roadster was in the stands, and it was dirty, and it was just like all the other cars were there clean and sparkly, and that other one was a white Roadster. It looked like this, just road grime all over it. That was fun.
Yeah, he's touring now in his car to recruit people to tour with him later.
Yeah. It's a tour for a tour.
Cool.
I like it.
Oh, there's all the stops.
Yeah. He didn't even do the easy way. My goodness. You'd think that, like, oh yeah, he went around the world. He went up around the Arctic Circle as close as possible. No. Right there in the temperate zone, pushing the equator. Yeah. Well, not exactly the equator. That's down here, but didn't go the short way. And that was fun. This one I thought was interesting. 133 self-storage rooftops in 3 states are about to power community solar. And when you think about these community storage areas, they don't use much power. I mean, there are the climate controlled ones will have AC, maybe a little bit of heat, but most of them are just like these hot empty boxes.
Okay, self-storage, not energy storage, but this is like where you can rent a room and put stuff in it. I got it. Yeah. Okay, cool. It took me a moment.
And I think that's great because they have very minimal requirements, and so and they use up a lot of land. So to give back to the community is profitable for them, and it's what we keep saying. Patrick and I, at least, we keep saying, hey, you don't have to use fresh land for these solar farms. I mean, you can use farmland for it if you want to do agrovoltaics, like if you have something that's sun sensitive, like strawberries or albino alpacas or something. It's something that needs the shade. You can.
They definitely need shade. Yes, I'm sure regular alpacas need shade, but the albinos especially. There's talk about beaming down solar energy from space. I'm like, well, wait, we've got a lot of rooftops. There's no reason to worry about launching it yet. It does come down to the surface here. That's just
exactly.
Yeah.
and Musk said we need what? Something much smaller than the panhandle of Texas, and then even less than that for like it's like a square kilometer of batteries, and then 100 kilometers of solar.
Those numbers are sort of arbitrary, and you would never put them all together, right? Because you want it to be produced where it's consumed. You don't want to have all the transmission losses and all that. And you talked about the duck curve earlier. And so in places like California, they're getting a lot of midday energy. Well, you've got to start looking at the way Pepsi is. Let's use that as an opportunity to use that midday energy. And I think Mark Coughlin nailed it when he said, if the utilities adjust the pricing, the market will adjust quickly. So if you have a surplus there, you know how to fix it. Easy. Yeah. Someone will, whether it's Bitcoin miners or semi trucks charging or pre-cooling your home before the big afternoon heat wave hits, whatever. People will find ways to use that if you price it accordingly.
Yeah, if you incentivize them either with an actual incentive or just like you and Mark said, just make it priced so that it makes sense that you'll do the right thing naturally. And then if you choose to do what's comfortable and what you've always done and not what makes sense for your finances, you can pay for it.
Yeah. I like Daniel's point. If I was confusing stuff storage and energy storage, why can't it be both? And
it can be both.
And now
like say they've got a perpetual, like maybe they overbuilt this thing. They can just make a couple of the units full of batteries or the flow batteries or any of the number of energy storage concepts we have out there. What's up, Ricky? From 2-Bit Da Vinci in the house.
Hey.
Yeah.
Good to see him.
Yeah. So I thought that was a good idea as well. This one I just wanted to touch on. We're not really into stocks here, but it was something since we do talk about FSD all the time. Xpeng, their shares have fallen because their autonomous leader has resigned. It's not as easy as it seems, is it? The other reason we always bring up Xpeng is that Tesla alleges they corporate espionage them on their way to China and stole AP1 and AP2, allegedly. One battery to charge every 2 large-scale units. I think though, when you remember that the Megapack is a 40-foot equivalent unit, you could probably fit a lot of storage in vacant storage if you had enough contiguous spaces and cooling. Or not say cooling, but like airflow, because the mega packs sit out
Oh,
there
right.
on slabs. Yeah.
Yeah. You probably don't want them indoors.
Not unless you want to pay for the
Unless,
heating and cooling of that space indoors.
right.
Yeah. All right. So this one, I saw the headlines. I didn't see Musk's tweets or hear what he was talking about. Hopefully you did, Patrick.
Oh, yeah. So they still have quite a bit of C++ in there that's doing things in specific coded, human coded ways. I don't remember, was it navigation or path selection? There was one final piece they were finally moving over to an AI. So they've been using AI for more and more of their FSD system. So you have to do object detection, path planning, navigation, all these things. And one of the things that in image recognition, it's become so obvious that the only way to get really good results was with AI, because when people tried to hard code, there's just so many exceptions. It's impossible. It's the same thing with natural language processing, and so much of driving is fuzzy. You can say, if you see this exact thing, do that exact thing. But there's so many exact things or things that are almost that, but not exact, that you need AI because things are fuzzy. And
we had a fun one the other day. We were driving along on this road, and there was a bush in the road.
In the
It
road.
didn't belong in the road.
Did it fall off some truck or something?
That's what it looked like. And
okay.
And as a legacy car owner, I didn't have the little snapshot button anymore. And when you disengage, it doesn't ask you why you disengaged. So I have to hope that the inference engine sends it through and says, we don't know why, but maybe it was the bush.
Right. Yeah. That's the nice thing about having a whole fleet of cars out there, is that all these edge cases, they're going to be able to see them. They're going to be able to put them in their training set and then crank them through Dojo. And then, the next time some Tesla sees a tree where it's not supposed to be, or bush, they'll, hey, like, oh, I've been trained on this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the beauty, like you were saying here, if you do it with artificial machine learning, there's a chance that you can do that efficiently versus, if somebody had to put a branch in the tree, if there's a tree in the road, do this.
Branch for this branch.
Exactly. they might either forget to carry it forward for one version, or it might not be done efficiently, or only bushes that look like bushes but not dead, like tumbleweeds, or versus the computer is like, any obstacles, go around them.
Right. And that was one of the things, I forget his name, Ashok was talking about his occupancy network. And there are times when you do want to identify what something is, but there are times you just need to know there's something there and don't hit it.
Right.
You don't need to worry about whether it's,
I've noticed that mine, no matter what my setting is, doesn't give proper following distance for what I've selected for other cars. But yesterday we were behind motorcycles, and it did the proper following distance. But motorcycles are seen as VRUs, vulnerable road users.
Yes.
The same day, I had a bicycle running the wrong way down the road at me, and it was clear the whole way up the other side of the lane. So my car just kind of tucked around him. The same way I would have done. I was ready to take over, but as I was doing it, it did it the way I did. So I was just following along. I didn't have to take over.
Yes, I just had the same thing on Friday. There was a car on the side of the road, and as I'm approaching, the guy opened his door and got out. And it was a residential neighborhood road, so I was going slow, and the car went around him exactly as I would have done. And I was in the same, I'm ready to take over. I do not want it to hurt anybody, and then just say, for me to be able to go, oh, it was FSD's fault. So I'm at the ready, and it did it perfect. So that was great to see.
Excellent. Yeah. Another thing that comes up with that is the there's like being ready to take over. There's a train track near my house. There's a bunch of train tracks near my house, but there's one where it comes over the track and goes to make a turn. And as it's coming down, it wants to stop, even if there's nobody there. It just slams on the brakes, and then it looks around, and then it makes the turn. And every time I've let it do that, it's spilled some food or scared the baby, or who knows what's going on. And other times there's legit reasons to stop there because the person in front of you stopped short. But that I think that's coincidence that the person's stopping short when the car wants to stop there for an empty street. But so what I'm starting to do there is I disengage, I make the maneuver, and then when I see that either the parameters have changed or the next update to the FSD,
Right.
I'll try it again and see how it
Let
does.
it try. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't used to mess that up, so I know it knows how to do it. But since it's failed three plus times in a row, there's no point in. One, you're there to always watch to make sure what's going on, but two, if you know it, don't. There's a couple people who've done some really stupid stuff, and like they know the car can't handle it, they still let it try repeatedly anyway. You're the driver.
Yes, you are responsible. Yeah, this is not a level 5 system. You cannot just let it. It does not take liability. You always do. You have to be the intelligence behind the wheel. And yeah, so just like we were saying, you can let it try stuff if you're ready to take over if it doesn't do exactly what it should.
Yeah, like and every time I let it try, like there's nobody around us because the way it stops is if there's somebody behind us, they will rear end us. So
you don't want that.
Right. You have to know your surroundings. You have to know your car, and then if you can't trust it, you have to take over and do the right thing because you're the driver. So Dan says, "Is it doing the school bus?" And I'll say several times over, no. On other train tracks, these are supposed to be at grade crossings, but they're not maintained correctly, and so they like go up, and then they've got, and it's like a mess. And so one of them, the car tries to do the Dukes of Hazzard. And,
no!
Yeah, the car weighs 6,000 pounds, and it's got my family in it, so no.
And you don't want to buy a new suspension,
especially a Tesla air suspension. There's an older one too, so it's not the same one they equipped today.
Yeah. One of the things that, speaking of railroad tracks, we have railroad tracks around here, not a lot, but they're active, and so I never want to stop on the tracks. Right. And so if there's not obviously room on the other side and the car is going forward, I'm going to hit the brake. And it's now, at least the last time I used it, it stopped. It stopped with plenty of distance, so it wasn't stopping on the tracks. I'm like, yes, this is a victory. It now understands that, and it's not going to put me in this dangerous situation. So that's
used
cool.
To stop right on the tracks.
And well, part of it was, that it would stop on the tracks, or I would hit the brakes when it was obvious to me that it was going to go on the tracks. And then it says, "Why did you disengage?" And I said, "Because there's railroad tracks here. You can't stop on the tracks. Don't try to cross the tracks unless there's room to clear the tracks." And so I feel like, wow, I told them only 40 times, and now it works.
Right. There's another side of that the same junction where it comes over, slams on the brakes, and makes the turn, where it's a T intersection instead of an L. And it's also the same situation down the hill first. And if there's a car at the stop sign, it will wait behind the tracks before it tries to go through. It says it's got two traffic lights. This is the on the, what do they call that thing, a buck something. But it sees those two lights and sees they're off, but it registers them as the traffic control device is holding it back. The little bottom of the hill can actually hold two cars. But if there's one car there, it will wait at the top of the tracks. And then when the car's through, it goes over and then down and waits at the stop sign until it's clear to make a left or a right. It used to try to stop on that track. But in this case of this L intersection, it doesn't stop at the track. It goes over, and then on the other side it stops. So if it was doing the school bus, it did it wrong. And then there's a couple of when we're doing our little regional trips around the Carolinas, there's a couple of crossings that they don't have any controls on them. They're just the sign, railroad crossing, and no light, no bell, definitely no arms. And so for those, I just disengage FSD. I beep the horn, look twice, and then I don't usually beep the horn unless it's other traffic. I stop, look twice, and I go across. But it looks like the car would just go ahead, but usually I'm towing over those, so it's really cruise control will do. So I don't know if it sees it as a traffic control device at that point if there's no train, because it usually draws them as trucks. Truck.
Yes, yeah. That is kind of funny. I've seen that.
I saw a fire truck yesterday. It drew it as a city bus.
Oh, wow.
Like they're the same size, but one is much heavier.
Yeah. And usually those distinctions don't matter. Again, it's just something, don't hit it. But there are times, like with a fire truck or an ambulance, you need to know if those lights are on. And that's the nice thing about cameras versus LiDAR, radar. They don't know if lights are on.
Right.
Yeah. It takes cameras to do that.
Now
I just got a text. My price on my Model Y has finally been updated for the FSD transfer. Just now.
Sweet.
Yeah, so now I can make my payment and pick up the car. So
Oh,
cool.
okay. I thought oh no, they were moving it earlier. I thought you'd already picked it up. So it's coming soon.
Yeah. So I just asked if I could move the pickup from Saturday yesterday to Tuesday, and they said sure. And
Okay.
and then which is ironic because like an hour after I asked them, all the finances came through and I was fine. So I shouldn't
Nice.
even have asked. But then as soon as they moved me out, they also didn't process the FSD transfer. They're like, oh, we've got time. We'll do that later because they're doing everybody else who was getting delivered that weekend.
There you
So,
go. But at least they didn't process early and then move your number over. That would have sucked.
Right. So yeah, now it's done. So now that they've got that, I'll go to the bank tomorrow and pay them and then pick it up on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then I'll have
another
new
advantage
Model
to
Y.
not doing this at the end of the quarter. That Patrick told us about is now they're not scrambling. They're willing to let it sit for an extra 2 days.
Right.
3 days.
Right. Yeah. In fact, I said, would it be possible to move it to Tuesday? And then I got a response back. You're now moved to Tuesday.
Nice.
Smoothing
it out for them. Like, great, there's one less to do today.
I didn't want to say, well, actually, I just asked if it was possible, not would you, but whatever.
Right. Oh, man. As Texas hits 112 Fahrenheit, here's how big battery storage is keeping the grid online.
112 Fred, come on.
112 Fred, yes. Yes, Nick Trent says smash the like button. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks, Trent.
And this is something that Patrick and I are always talking about, and we just talked about it earlier in the show, like managing the duck curve, storing when you don't need it, making hay while the sun is shining, and then using it later.
Yes.
And so that's more of what we were always talking about.
Yes.
This one I didn't look at. I meant to do it before the show, but then I saw that Pepsi was a video and not a write-up, and I ran out of time. So watch this electric retrofit Land Cruiser drive over 4 miles completely underwater. Video. So I'm going to pop that in the YouTube chat, and I will watch it later, and we'll go on to the next thing.
I've not seen this one.
It sounds exciting.
Interesting. Yeah.
Especially being a retrofit.
Mean to go underwater? I don't know what's going on
4
here.
4 miles? You have to have meant it by that point.
Yeah, you might not have meant it for the first 1 or 2.
So leaked video shows Tesla Cybertrucks with open frunks inside Giga Texas. And Trev Page, formerly of Tesla Model 3 Owners Club, had pointed out he'd hoped that this was an auxiliary charge port. And while that would be nice, a couple of people pointed out several things that would make that unlikely. One, it would be useful while you are towing to have it over here and in the nose. But you'd have to pop the frunk.
Yeah, you wouldn't want the hood open.
Yeah. If it's carpeted, then you end up getting it wet. And if you're storing anything in there, now it's no longer secure, or at least partially secure. Because like if you know any Model X owners, those frunks are not at all secure. And it's just unlikely to. Oh man, is that on the lift or is that the base suspension? I just noticed that.
That is up there.
And then we know we could probably do this as well. That'd be cool if that's a part of it, is the demonstration of the suspension. But we can now see that it's got a frunk liner. It's not a teeny tiny frunk like people were afraid of. It's not as big as we'd anticipated, given all that dashboard they've got in that vehicle. But it's not bad.
It would be interesting if you opened the frunk if the front suspension lowered, just so you have easier
like if you
access.
open the ramp and it lowers to take the tailgate, to take the Cyberquad in there.
Right. Yeah. Just have it be
easier
smart about the suspension. Exactly. Yeah.
Especially since that was something that people were praising the F-150 for, is how easy you could just slide stuff in at waist level. It still looks like this has got like kind of a bumper situation going on there, so you won't be able to do it exactly like the 150, but it's definitely gonna be easier than the Rivian where you're coming up over the nose. And the Hummer's got that same problem, but not the F-150, the Cybertruck, or the new Chevys, the work truck. I
wonder if Tesla changed this after seeing the F-150.
I think so, or maybe not necessarily after the F-150, but definitely after the unveil. Because the unveil had that style like the Rivian where you're coming over the top.
Right.
And not that anybody saw it open, but like you could tell based on the way the metal was done.
It seemed like it. Yeah.
So let's see what they got here. Then they also got it at a, this is a different article they're highlighting here. They've got it parked at a at a supercharger. Look how much of the space it takes up.
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Parking spots used to have two lines, like with a foot in between them.
Yeah, they
Those days
did.
are gone, and
Long
we
gone.
need those days back. Yeah, come on.
Especially
I
the way
don't
some
want
people park.
hoardings. Yeah.
Oh man,
Cars have gotten bigger and parking spots have gotten smaller. That's a bad combo.
it is. Okay, so here's the video. I'm gonna leave the audio off, even if they're saying something useful, just because it might be music. So this looks like the header image was taken from that video. It's a TikTok. All right, yeah. If that's the suspension travel, I'm excited because it doesn't look like any of them's near a lift. That super tall one or that slammed out one. All right, this means two things. Evidently, the various Cybertruck builds have been produced at the factory are either test mules or ones that are ready to be delivered. No, you don't deliver release candidates. What you do is you crash test them and finish the last of your testing. Send one to the EPA if needed.
Drive them around to show off events.
Right, exactly. It definitely looks like they're not going to have the Model X style doors. And I don't mean the Falcon doors. I mean the self-presenting and self-closing, because there is too much touching going on there for it to be. It doesn't mean no, but at least on these ones, or if it is on these ones, they're not done yet because there's too much touching to be the touch-free doors.
Yeah,
that is disappointing, but I'm glad there are no Model S handles.
When Franz took it to the design school that he went to, he was pushing down. Go back to the B pillar. Right. So yeah, on the B pillar, you push. I'm pointing at the screen like people can see, but you push down on the door at the part that's behind the window. Yes, yeah, push down there, and that's where the button was. And so yeah, so a lot like the tailgate. It looked like it was that style of button.
Okay, that would work.
Yeah, and that popped it out. And then
handles. I went through 6 of them on a car with 4 doors.
That's too many handles, Kacey.
Right, and that's just my ownership. Who knows what the first owner had to deal with?
Oh wow. Yeah.
And then after they had supposedly fixed it and changed it to Hall effect and blah blah blah, I got a brand new loaner, a 2020 Raven, and the driver's door or the passenger door? But either way, one of the front doors failed on me again. I'm like, I thought they fixed this.
On a loaner, you have bad luck. You have bad luck, my friend.
On the loaner cars, I've been through 6 handles as well.
What do you do to them? What do you jerk them open or what?
I don't. I was an owner. I knew how to work a door.
Evidence says otherwise, Kacey.
Right. On the first loaner I broke it on was another brand new unit. I pulled on it, and after I pulled on it, I heard clink, and something fell inside the door. I was like, that's not good. And then the motor started going. I was like, oh boy. And then I let it go, which I should have never done. I let the handle go, and it tucked in because there was nothing there anymore. It was one of the gears in there that had fallen out. Yeah.
Oh wow!
So then I was having to come across through the passenger side and pull the door open. If it was my car, while I was waiting on the appointment, I would have put a string in there, but it wasn't my car. So,
right, yeah. The doors were one of the most impressive things when I first saw the Model S.
Yes,
I saw a beta of it. They were actually doing a tour where they were taking it to art galleries, and so it was on display in this art gallery in downtown Portland. And when I saw the door handle, I was like, oh, that's cool, but this is just a prototype, right? Because, I mean, I didn't really know Tesla at that point in time. I don't remember what year it was. And that's the way, cars were. They did these awesome prototypes that they showed off, and then the actual one would be completely different. Yeah. And so I said, oh, that's cool, but it's too bad it won't be in the production vehicle. And the Tesla guy, they were like, oh, no, that'll absolutely be in production. And I was like, yeah, sure, buddy. And then it was. So yeah.
Exactly. The closest you ever come to these concept cars is Honda, and that's because they already have finished the car first. And so what they do is they put fake mirrors and fake wheels, and they change the suspension height, and then that's their concept car. And
yeah, Tesla, concept car is the word I was trying to come up with. Yeah,
right. And then there's Tesla who shows you what they're working on so far, and they might put some fake wheels on it, or they might put a paint color they're not actually going to use. But then because theirs was not done yet, when the final thing comes out, it's actually better than their concept because you weren't just seeing a point in time of their homework.
Right, exactly. Yes, yeah. You weren't just seeing a rough sketch.
Yeah, but other than those two
Yeah.
companies, all the ones that I'm aware of where I've seen concepts and the final cars, they are super disappointing after the fact. And not that the Honda isn't disappointing, but like you understand that there's no way that car is going to be street legal or going to come to market because the wheels are too expensive. You can't go over a speed bump, and those mirrors are the wrong size. And so then you
Hmm.
see the same car, same color, even usually, with normal wheels and normal mirrors. You're like, okay, that's fair. And then with the Tesla, like the Model S Beta was to me compared to the actual Model S with the guppy mouth, Beta was ugly, and then the first one was beautiful, and it still looks good now, and it looks better now with all the different changes it's made. But if you compare like the dash and the front of the Beta to like the dash and the front of that very first production Model S, is like I'm glad they didn't do that because it had like leather around the screen and like it was still portrait, but it was like
Oh, that's weird.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, it was weird. So Patrick and I were talking. We were going to do an article on what drives us about the allegations that Reuters brought forth about people not understanding how
Oh, yeah.
MPG ratings from the EPA work, and there was a little bit of element of truth to it in that there was a department that was designed to fob you off to try other stuff first. And I got caught with it because they thought that um, my Model S had some symptoms before they replaced the battery, and the Model X started to exhibit the same symptoms. And so I was like, hey, here's my old VIN number. My new car is doing the same thing. Can you check it out? And they're like, oh, make sure Sentry mode's not on. Make sure cabin overheat's not on. I'm like, no, that crap works at 20%. And I had turned it off
Hmm.
anyway because
Hmm.
I was going to be parked on low charge.
Hmm.
And basically, my symptoms were you park it at a low state of charge, below 20%, for less than an hour, and then you come back to it, and it's dropped multi-percent. So I went from like 11 to 3% of the
Oh,
most recent.
wow.
Yeah, exactly. The most
Hmm.
recent example, and 3%. Thankfully, it was at my dad's house, so I could reach the supercharger. But if that had been anywhere else, I would have been in a bad spot.
Hmm.
And what the Model S did was the same situation. I parked it at 20%, and when we got back to the car, it was at 13%. And by the time we left the parking lot, it was at 2%. But it was my local grocery store, so thankfully we were in range of home. I called up because this is when Tesla service still had phones. I called them up. I'm like, hey, what do I do? They're like, you want an appointment? How quickly can you get here? How's tomorrow? I'm like, all right, I'll ask for time off, and I'll be there tomorrow. I showed up,
Hmm.
and then they're like, yeah, we replaced your pack. There's a loaner pack. Have fun. We'll see you in 3 weeks or so for your pack to get to California, get repaired, and come back. And then at the time, my service was in North Carolina. So halfway home, I'm at the first supercharger, and they're like, hey, that's a long ass trip. Don't come back. This is your pack now. Good to go. But that also means that when I told them, hey, it's doing it again, um, they don't know what the battery was because it was Tesla's battery in the computer by the time they fixed it. So I don't know what was wrong with it, and they know, but there's nothing linking it to me or that first car.
Sure. Yeah.
But the thing that annoyed me after I thought about it, after they fobbed me off, was that car with the VIN number I gave them still had the symptoms. So they could say, hey, this is what it was doing in the symptoms, and this is what your car was doing now. It was just a one-time recalibration of the battery. Don't worry about it. Versus, oh, you don't know how the car works. You've only been driving them for 300,000 miles of Tesla miles. You don't know what's going on.
Right. Yes.
Yeah,
And to be fair, most of the calls they get are people who are just confused and are
this is
learning
true.
it, and and not someone
Yeah,
who's experienced like you and actually can diagnose the symptoms to realize
right,
this is not just typical operation.
right.
Instead,
And the
it's
ones I hear most in the service center are people driving like 80 miles an hour, trying to
exactly
get 300 whatever miles range it says on the Model Y and the Model 3
right
into a headwind. You can't get
with a
that.
roof
That's not how
rack.
the EPA tests work. Yeah, EPA
Yeah.
tests are average max speed is 55 miles an hour. Depending on how many cycles they do, the max burst speed is what 62, 67 for seconds. Like they overshoot
Hmm.
and they come back to 55.
Right.
And so
Yeah. The
that's why
thing.
we were glad we didn't do that article.
Right. Yeah. We not talked about it on the Tesla Live because Russell was going to have it on What Drives Us. And then on What Drives Us, he said, I don't want to talk about that. After
Good.
but okay, fine. Yeah, it's probably best not to have that conversation with him in the room. But
Yeah.
yeah, so one of the things that I found annoying is, this got picked up and repeated by a lot of different news
Yeah.
sources. And they kept saying Tesla's lying about the range, and it's an EPA estimate according to the EPA test.
They had one little nugget of possibility is if these people were flipping it to the ideal range setting, which I don't think that ideal range setting should ever been in the car. But what they were saying is that by the time you got to 50% charge, it flipped to the rated range anyway, so you weren't going to get stranded.
Right, and so if you're a Tesla owner, you probably know that you can put in a destination, and then you tap that little green chart-looking thing. That's the energy screen, and the energy screen is awesome. It shows you where you're going to use more energy, where you're going to regen. It's smart about traffic. It's smart about elevation. It's smart about weather, road conditions. They've gotten better and better with each iteration of that thing. And we were just using it when we took vacation. We were traveling around, and there was one point where it said I was going to get back to the place we were renting with 6%, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's plenty. I'll make it." But let's see what I can do. So I started gaming it. I started hypermiling. We made it back with, I think it was just it was double digits. It was like 11%, and yeah, and that was just by doing things like driving the speed limit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
even you better not be in the left lane when you're doing that. But
right. Smoother starts and stops.
Because everybody's at least 5, if not 10 or more miles over the speed limit.
Exactly.
And so the cool thing is it gives you the information. You can make decisions as a driver, and you can get to where you're going very predictably.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you want to hypermile, great. If you don't, you want to step on the lightning pedal. You know, yeah. Don't go extra legal speeds unless you want to take it. But
yeah. And I found, like, as you said, as they have done the updates, it's gotten better. Like, even to the point where when I'm towing, when I first hook up a trailer, it assumes I'm going to be using a normal load for me, and it's like, yeah, we're going to estimate this, and then as I go on, it gets better.
Nice.
It's usually a little optimistic at first when it's like, oh yeah, you can make it to the next supercharger, you'll be fine. But I think what's only considering is weight and drag. I don't think it's actually considering the aerodynamic effects. Because then it's like, yeah, you're not going to make it to that supercharger. You're going to have to use this one in the middle, and then it updates. And it's to the point where I switch over to percent. I don't even know what mine says in miles. Every now and then somebody's asked me a question, I'll flip it over to look. But because on the X, you can't just tap it like you can on the 3 and the Y to flip between them. You have to go into settings and deal with it. But anyway, so people are like, oh, I don't know how many percent I am to grandma's house or to the grocery store. And I'm like, I do. It's 3% to the grocery store in my car.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so I keep it in miles because that is how my brain works. I don't think in percentages. But yeah, that's cool that you can do that.
The other part of it is since I was getting ready for FSD and then now I am in FSD, you have to navigate everywhere anyway, and then the map only tells you in percent where you're going to be, and so that's how I kind of gathered how many percent everything is, and that percent changes from car to car. So when you're in a loaner, it's like if you got a small battery loaner or a bigger battery loaner than mine, not say bigger, but better efficiency, you have to relearn what those are. But I do know that unless they put me in a 60, which they've done.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that when it says X percent, like, oh yeah, that's enough to do my driving around for the day, or that's enough to get where I'm going, and I had to mentally adjust that for the 60. Well, even worse than that, the 60 when I got it was on that rated range garbage. Oh, not rated range garbage, the ideal range.
Ideal, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh wow, this thing's got more range than my car. Wow, that's amazing. And then I was like, I did a couple of trips where it should have come down more than it did in terms of miles. I'm like, something feels off here. And I went into the settings and flipped it to rated range. Like, oh, and then I flipped it to percent because that made sense to me because I'm navigating even in their car. I'm navigating and it tells you in percent. And I don't. Does Tesla deliver? Do they even still have rated range for one? And if they do, they don't deliver it in that, do they?
I don't know.
I think it's a legacy thing.
It could be.
Yeah. But either way, I don't think these people are going to have much of a case except for if their car was delivered in ideal range, and beyond that, like if they get to any competent judiciary or lawyer or jury, They're going to say, hey, did it get the EPA range on the EPA test? Did you test your car? How do you know it doesn't get the EPA range? All right, come back with the certification. Oh, wait, you got it? Case dismissed.
Yeah, I don't understand the lawsuit.
What they need to do, if they got a problem with it, they need to sue the EPA to get more accurate tests. But before we get to that, I'm not suggesting we go sue the EPA, because this is also something Patrick and I discussed. Is the EPA is one of the best in the world as far as accuracy of their ratings,
Right.
and that's not to say they're good, but they're definitely better than the WLTP in Europe, and the similar one but worse in China.
Right. And the number is almost irrelevant. You should not expect that as your range, but what is it good
Right.
for? It's good for comparing from
Comparing
vehicle to
same
vehicle.
vehicles.
Right.
Yeah.
Under that test, that's how they perform. Now, how relevant to your life is that test? That's a good question. But at least it gives you some benchmark to compare them. Not to,
Right.
I mean, the saying your mileage may vary comes exactly from this kind of thing. Yeah.
Exactly. This is where it came from. But this is great though. Like, if you're comparing the Model S to the Lucid Air, you'll know that you know, if you drive them both the same way, even if you don't drive them in the same test, you know, if you drive them the same way in the same conditions, the Lucid, you know, depending on which Lucid you pick, will get X% more than the Model S on every scenario. And then when you're looking at these trucks, you're looking at the Hummer, the Cybertruck, the Lightning, and the new Chevys. What do I get? Oh, well, range is important to me. Let me see. Oh, this one says it can do 600 miles. All right, you won't actually get that, but at least you know that this one is the closest to 600 miles, and this one is the furthest. This one says 250. So you're not going to get 250, and you're not going to get 600, but you'll know where they are, and that's what it was designed.
Exactly. Yeah, and you can't expect any one dealer to derate theirs and promise less, but instead, because
it's not electrics.
Yeah. So instead, you just say this is the result on that test. Your mileage may vary.
Right, and then they all take the same test, whether they do it in-house or EPA, or even usually what happens, they all do their own test. The EPA will spot check, especially if it's a new car. But they are allowed a certain amount of variability. So you can do the two tests, the classic, or you can do the multi-test. It still counts for the sticker, and it still counts for comparison, but you could say it's more accurate or less accurate or whatever, but it's still legal. And then as we saw back when Ford got in trouble with the C-Max was being rated as if it was a Fusion because it had the same powertrain, same plug-in, but way worse aerodynamics. That was a rule I think they got rid of. But then they also did something like they taped up the car. Like, unless you're jumping in the car like NASCAR, you're not able to tape yourself into the car. So they got a slap on the wrist for that. And if it was allowed, it's no longer allowed to tape up the car on the way in.
So the EPA tests, if you're on a dynamo, there's no airflow, right?
They adjust the dynamo for drag. So they do a coast down test out in the open environment to see how it slows down. And then they add that drag factor back to the dynamo.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
Yep. Which is pretty cool. So we had a couple questions. Joel asks, why do you think Tesla didn't use self-presenting doors anywhere else? Would be a nice feature down market or even in the S. I think that the self-presenting doors have been awesome in so many places, especially the S, because don't forget that X is a fat S. So why not do it? Especially in an executive saloon, right? I agree.
I think the answer is exactly what you said. The self-presenting doors has caused a lot of problems. They have reliability issues, and that's why they didn't put them on the 3 or the Y or the X. It's just a Model S thing.
On some of the Model X's, they actually would punch through the door jambs, and you had to get your car at the body shop with new doors to get it repaired. And I don't think that was terribly common, but like I said, it's a cost, it's a weight, and every pound. There's a reason none of these cars from any manufacturer have spare tires anymore, is because that much weight gets you another MPG, right?
Right.
And while it would be nice, at least even as an option, it's just not where Tesla was headed. For they are a premium price, but they're not necessarily premium vehicles. I would definitely love to see it elsewhere, though. Model S since 2016, no handle problems, but your neighbor had 2 of them. So they are getting better.
Yes, definitely getting better.
they still scare the mess out of me, and that's why when I saw him on that prototype Cybertruck at the unveiling, I was like, oh no. And then when I heard they were gone, I was like, yes. I think Patrick was there for that one.
Yes, you were very
Oh,
excited.
yes. My ICE F-150 has a smaller frunk than the Cybertruck. Not an issue. I like that trend.
Right. Yeah.
Why not do this on an X space? We are broadcasting on X. Why not do it on space? Other than I can't share video on the spaces. I don't know. I'll look into it. But no promises.
Is that something the software you use supports?
Not yet, but I definitely can send a feature request.
Okay. Yeah.
I should also send a. Huh?
That would make it a whole lot easier. You wouldn't
It
have
would.
to do some separate thing to yeah.
Oh, that'd be
if
great
you could
to
just
hear,
broadcast to all those locations at once. Yeah.
I'll also have to ask them to put a warning on there about Twitch, because if you multicast to Twitch, they it's against the terms of service now. So that's why I don't do Twitch anymore.
That's
it wasn't
lame of Twitch.
It is lame of them because they weren't a prime audience for me. I had 2 people a week watch on Twitch, so I said, sorry guys, I'll see you whenever they fix their stuff. But
right, yeah,
I'm gonna give up the rest of you guys. 2 people.
Yeah, why would it's more like Twitch is denying it to them rather than restricting you.
It used to be true for people who were paid by Twitch, like if I was like mega gamer and they bought me from YouTube, and
sure,
I understood that. But then when they said everybody, I'm like, you guys don't pay me for this, and I'm gonna be missing out on everybody else for 2 people who are sometimes there. No, thank you.
Yeah.
I'd
be tempted to just do it anyway.
Yeah. That's
what are they gonna do? Kick you off? And what was your solution to leave? So
right. Yeah. There were 2 things with LTT on that. The Linus Tech Tips, they had a separate contract because they were so big when they got recruited. They said we're not going to be exclusive, and it was signed. And then they said, well, let's do it anyway and see if they just cut us off, because they're in the same situation. Their viewership on Twitch is just so much lower than everywhere else. That not that those people don't matter, because they pay on that one. And he's like, it's when you look at the economics of it all. Even though they are getting paid from Twitch, he says it's enough to buy 1 month of snacks a year for them. He's got a lot of employees.
He's got a crew,
it's not a small amount of snacks.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but it's 1 month of snacks for the crew.
All right, Kacey, it's been fun. I got to drop.
Yes, absolutely. Great to have you.
I'll see you Wednesday, and hopefully I can drop in again.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Cybertruck.
Cool. Bye, everybody.
We'll see you later. Thank you. All right, let me close this other window. And then, all right, so the Cybertruck powers through winter testing in New Zealand. And let me move myself back over the corner. Not that corner. Not that corner either. There we go. Cybertruck continues testing in New Zealand, and the photographs of the all-new electric pickup truck are relatively challenging conditions, blah, blah. All right, so it's on Twitter with Mr. Gregor Truck. Let's just go to Twitter with Gregor Truck. Share tab. Clickety click. All right, so this one's got something on the sale here. It's like S535, 535. The image is such a good dead on, but higher ground image, depicts the overhang quite well. The right side of the 3-inch lines up with the of the 3 lines up a bit with the overhang lip on the top of the bed, while the left side of the 3 is where I believe the backrest thoroughly. Roughly. Okay. And I'm gonna love that rear wheel steering. All right. Beautiful. What's a Twitter? Twitter is another name for X.com, and I don't know what you call X's and re-X's. Tweets and retweets is what they used to be called. It's inertia. It's gonna take a minute for me to catch up with the new nomenclature. I'm getting old. All right, so those were 2 cool images. Let's go back to the article and see if they have more from Mr. Gregor Truck here. They don't, but that's not the first article about Cybertruck I have this week. Or it is the first one you're seeing, but it's not the only one this week. So moving on. New details about Tesla's meeting with India emerge. Let's see. Reported that Tesla had several executives in New Delhi. So this seems like what we were already discussing earlier. It just has a later date on it. Tesla snapped up 5850 square feet office in India. Yeah, this sounds like what we discussed on the Tesla Live show. Moving on, sorry. Posts and reposts. I like it. I like it. Because it's a microblogging site still, so yeah, but I've been on Twitter now for what? On X for what, 14 years? 15? I'll have to wait till the next birthday announcement because that's when I find out how long I've been there. Fremont factory is getting a new tent or sprung structure. According to paperwork submitted to the city, they're seeking approval to install a new tent valued at $750,000, but it needs building electrical and mechanical permits. It also has 13 light figures and 12 commercial circuit breakers. Installation for permanent tent at, oh no, they call it tent in the filing. Okay, but it's still a sprung structure. Light tunnel structure and electrical controls. Sure. It's also installed a tent last year, but that was for storage. Fremont factory has been in space confined for some time. As noted by Morgan Stanley in a letter to investors last year, the plant was never designed to produce 450,000 units. Never designed to produce 450,000 units, and at its peak, it produced about 300,000 units before Tesla took it over from Toyota. It's a gigafactory, all right. It just wasn't meant to be. There's no information on the filing on how large the tent is in terms of square footage. Tesla also did not detail how the tent will be used in the filing. All right. So hopefully it's not just storage, right? But you wouldn't need all the electrical for a storage tent. Moving on. All right, so we talked about the jailbreak with the electrical voltage regulator. We're going to skip that. These guys had a different take on the Tesla India situation. Tesla's apparent red carpet treatment in India, an effective tool against rivals. How so? Because it looks like they are getting the short end of whatever agreements they're trying to come to over there. But Simon says otherwise. While Tesla's seen notable challenges breaking into India in the past, the electric vehicle maker appears to be receiving a red carpet welcome of sorts this time around. Where do you see that as red carpet, though? And why? I wonder if it's just because they don't have a local partner like everybody else does, like they do in China. Yeah, nobody wants the Chinese vehicles in India. We knew that. Interesting. I mean, I'm sure he says it, but I'm not seeing it on his skin. I'll leave that open for later. And then it's another article about Musk talking about the final piece of solving full self-driving. And this one was pretty cool right here. Tesla restarts Magic Dock installations by bringing them to a new area. And the area is Texas. So the Magic Dock is now in California, New York, and Texas. So like January, New York. It's been some time since we heard about Magic Dock, as news has been heavily focused on automakers leaving CCS and adopting Macs. However, Magic Dock superchargers are being installed once again. A new set of superchargers with Magic Dock was found near Fort Worth. There we go. Via Reddit, via Twitter, X, post. It's official. Tesla Magic Docks were installed near me at Fort Worth, Texas. Spoke with the installers, and it's unofficial for now. At rate your charge, it's Kyle Connor. So, oh, I see. These are the ones where they reverse them back to back. So here's a little easier to see. They've got that for the Magic Dock there, and here you can see that it's a little bigger than it is in the U.S. ones. For those of you in Europe, that probably looks more normal. Not quite the right size, but more normal. They said they have a rental to test the new Chargers, F-150 Lightning. I was wondering how that worked out because I saw the F-150 pictures and I was like, did they just own a Ford? Or have they got one on loan for the other agreement? But a rental actually makes sense. So that's cool because Magic Dock will help until next year when the adapters come out, and then the year after that when the native chargers come out. Tesla should explore battery swapping again. They can sell the car with no battery. They just can rent the battery, swap them out when they want. No. In fact, that right there leads into a one of the articles that I pulled up already for the show. Let me just overlay that with this one about why automakers aren't even considering battery swap for EVs. It doesn't make financial sense. Um, the same way that users don't want a bad battery back from the swap station, the manufacturers don't want a bad battery back from the swap station. You've got to pay the maintenance on the swap station. You got to pay for the extra land usage. Uh, each stall is going to require anywhere from 12 to 10 or 12 batteries. If you just use an average of 5 minutes per swap, you'll need 12, and then you need to be able to charge each of the 12 batteries in under an hour. But by the time that it's time to swap in that first battery again, and that's the minimums. You can probably not necessarily have. Now you kind of still would need that though, unless you can charge them even faster than an hour. Then you could have less batteries as you scale up the bays, but you're still going to need a lot of batteries per bay in order for the thing to cycle all the time. And I think the reason it might work for Neo is the land use in China is a little more urban. If you have multifamily dwellings and no place to charge at home, that's where a swap could make more sense, and where you can get some of your ROI on a swap station. But just having them out there in the sprawl of Europe and America, you're not going to make your money back. You won't. And then on top of that, then you have to have either one standard pack for all of your cars, or then that amount of packs on hand needs to go up if you have to have multiple packs. And it's Tesla tried it and gave up. They didn't try very hard, but it was easy to see that it wasn't going to work. And Better Place tried it and they failed. They made an earnest try, but they did it in Tel Aviv, and it just didn't work. So, not to say somebody couldn't make it work, but we're going to need better batteries for that. And if we get better batteries, why not just put them in the car? So that was coming from Top Speed. All right, so the next one. X explains legal claim against CCDH. Wasn't quite directly related to this, but it was about X, and I wanted to talk about X for a second. So, the Center for Countering Digital Hate company defended its decision in a recent blog post. Significant steps to countering hate speech and misinformation. Really? All right, this one is going to get prickly. I'm going to skip it. There was a tweet an X from either Elon or from X I saw when I signed in to get Anders news this morning that said something to the effect of if you're targeted, no, let me see if it's still on the screen. If you're targeted, they'll pay your legal fees. It's not still on there. Let's see if I can go back and still see it. If you're unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, we will fund your legal bill. No limit. Please let us know. That was Elon that said it. It's kind of hard when he's got the X logo. Choose from your account you blocked. Kara, is that accurate? I'm curious the community notes on this one. Let me switch on to the next one and then I'll read those community notes real quick. The word here is unfairly. If an employer acts unfairly towards an employee, of course it's legitimate. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Note say context is needed. Bunch of rah stuff. We'll see what actually becomes of this. Elon says a lot of stuff, and his companies don't always listen to him. We talked about that numerous times. All right, so let me go back to what you guys are seeing. GM and EVgo partnership achieves new milestone DC fast charging metropolitan project. Meaning what? So they got their 1000th DC fast charger. That calls for a reaction. Congrats, guys. More charging is important. Let's see. So they now have 230 locations in 39 markets spanning 27 states. And most of them are 350 kilowatts. That's great. And I see the word next. I was about to close out. GM is collaborating with many other companies to expand EV charging stalls across North America, including Tesla, Stellantis, Hyundai, and more. The US-based automaker announced their adoption of NACS after Ford did. Okay, not news. This one was pretty cool right here. You may have had a car that did this before your Tesla, where when you take a phone call, it will dim the fans on the HVAC. And now Tesla will do that too. But if I'm understanding correctly, they give you the option, because if you're just always on the phone, who cares if the fans are loud? But if you take a short phone call every now and then, you might not want it just screaming. Get now what they're calling lower HVAC fan speed while on a call. When in auto, the fan speed may automatically lower to reduce the sound of ambient noise while on a call. Comes in 2023.26 update, which includes backup camera repositioning and pedestrian warning system pause. I hope that's on all cars, the fan thing. Backup camera repositioning allows driver to drag, not draft, the camera feed to different positions on the touchscreen. And while Tesla added it in the owner's manual, is not available in the 2023.26 update. So it must be coming soon if it's not in there, but they say it is. Pedestrian warning system pause is on older cars with the pedestrian warning speaker, and it allows you to halt the activation of the warning noise that plays when a vehicle is traveling at less than 19 miles per hour or in reverse, which is useful for dense traffic situations. Interesting. As passed in 2018. I'm guessing that's why it's not allowed on the new cars, is that there's just some loophole that allowed them to do it on the old cars. When the car is able to reduce the fan speed while keeping temperature, why don't they always do that? They do. Also, there should be noise reduction in the microphone. There should be, but it's not very good. It's not from what I've heard from people on the other end of my phone calls. I never had a single event where someone heard the noise of the fans. Even the wind noise when driving fast shouldn't be audible. My 15-year-old aftermarket Bluetooth radio is good enough for that. All right, moving on. So kind of speaking to what we were just on there about the CCDH. Greetings, Timothy. Good to see you. The X is going to reorganize the trust and safety team, which is kind of important because they got themselves in some hot water by not having it in some countries, as well as with some users. So that'll be interesting to see how they handle this, given Musk's stance on censorship. So I'm going to read that and get back to you guys if it's relevant. Tesla Model 3 battery pack stacks up against BYD Blade battery in comparison video. Top cover of Tesla's battery pack is metal. Top cover of the Blade is plastic. BYD Hans pack. You know what though? It's still metal on the structural pack. But this, at that point, though, the top cover of the battery pack is a whole car interior, including carpet and seats and armrest. Let's see. Video I'm trying to provide a quick comparison between the two batteries, the Blade pack and Tesla Model 3's 2170 pack. While the Han and Model 3 are rivals in the domestic Chinese market, the packs are quite different. Let's see, is this a short video or what?
到底是比亚迪汉的刀片电池好，还是特斯拉的电池强？这是比亚迪汉的电池包，这是 Model 3的电池包，两个电池包的外形尺寸差不多。刀片电池包上盖是塑料的，特斯拉电池包上盖是金属的。要是卖废铁的话，特斯拉卖的更多。刀片电池只用了螺丝固定，开掉螺丝，电池包就可以打开了。Model 3的电池壳不仅有螺丝固定，而且还有胶。拆掉螺丝还需要割开胶才能把电池包打开，所以说特斯拉的电池密封性和防水性更好。刀片电池是一整块电池包，电池和底壳之间用胶粘起来的，技术不够咱们用胶来凑，这胶老结实了。如果这里边有一个电池坏了，你根本拆不开，只能换整个电池包，得花10来万。特斯拉 Model 3电池包采用的是2170电池，它总共有4个模组串联而成。如果它的电池坏了，4个模组都可以单独拆下来维修更换，换一个电池模组差不多才要1万块钱。刀片电池是用这种冷却水板贴在电池表面散热，冷却液是从这个进出口进来，从出水口流出去，冷却液流过冷却水板，把电池的热量带走散热。特斯拉 Model 3的电池包是液冷的，这里是冷却液的进水口，出水口是在另外一侧。电池包里边是通过这些冷却水管把冷却液传递给我们的模组的冷却水白，这个模组的冷却水白是缠绕在每个模组两侧，所以电池的温度一致性特别好。电池包跟人一样也会发烧发热，衰减的很快。比亚迪的刀片的冷却水板冷却，就好比我拿一瓶冰水敷在脸上降温；特斯拉电池冷却就好比我把这瓶冰水喝到肚子里边。你觉得哪种冷却降温更好？
We know which one he thinks is better. It sounds like he likes the Tesla one better. That's cool. From Arizona, yes. So you agree it's better to drink the water than to put it on your face to cool down, yeah? That Chinese Scotty Kilmer. Oh, I liked it. Give that man a leisure suit and let him sell cars on TV here in the US. He'd sell a bunch of them. BYD Elon is oh boy, that guy. In the long term, I'd go for Tesla. Rather superficial, enthusiastic though. Chinese answer Monroe. I thought it was a well done piece. Let's go here. We talked about these guys last week. This is the Plaid Cybercart. They are attempting a new quarter-mile record. Looks like they put some of the car back together, so maybe they'll get better results. It's the boosted boys. Increased aerodynamics ran 8.86 seconds at 152 miles per hour. Add a thick layer of plastic wrap over the passenger side door and partially on the driver's side. But who could have told you that, oh my goodness, adding aerodynamics is going to make you perform better at high speeds? Who would have guessed it? There's a reason why when you lighten these things and decontent them, you leave the body panels on them. Almost hit the wall. The terrible arrow is hurting downforce needed to keep it planted. Get rid of the wing and add the panels on top and the sides, and the teardrop tail where somewhere in the cage. The hood and nose is a great start, but suction behind the dash is keeping them from their goal. Finally, nobody can complain about panel gaps anymore because it doesn't have any. Tesla, Ford, and Volkswagen in talks with Exxon for lithium supply deal report. So Dan actually sent me the first article referring to these, and it said something to the effect of, well, that's the wrong chat. It was a short video, and all it said basically was that Exxon wants to get into the lithium supply market. And apparently they've got some customers. There you go. We talked about this on the Tesla Live show. Tesla has completed their purchase of Wiferion, and you can see that at the bottom of their website, it now says it's part of Tesla Energy or Tesla GmbH. So basically the same structure as Grumman Automotive. So that's kind of cool. And you're going to need probably technology like this for robotaxi type situations. It'll be better than the Snake. If the Snake ever makes it to market, probably not, especially not now. And then there's also the possibility that you could use the wireless charging in motion, which would be kind of nice, like on like interstates and major highways where you could have the car just topping itself off, and then when you get to the lower speed roads, it'll transition to self-powered, and then from there you can have a smaller battery. And if you have home charging, you're good. If you don't have home charging, then make sure you run some of your errands across town, charge back up, right? One of their claims to why they should even exist is that their wireless charging is 94% efficient versus older technologies, which were in the 70s and 80s and made a lot of heat. Not the years 70s and 80s, but 70s and 80s percent of efficiency. This one is a little insider baseball. Tesla Model X cited being benchmarked by Ford. That's interesting. So what is Ford making that they think compares against the Model X? It's a very unique vehicle. Yeah, it's kind of a minivan with really cool rear doors, but the front doors are what I like best. And it's actually a lot bigger than it looks. It's like the Model Y is much smaller than it. I love mine. Never gonna give it up. Let's see. Spotted being benchmarked by Ford. Not the first time it's been seen with a Tesla. Other vehicles like Model 3 and Model Y have been spotted. Yeah, those ones they were testing against the Mach-E, right? Ford has even spotted benchmarking a Model S Plaid at one of its facilities in the past. Huh. So if they're not benchmarking it next to another car, they could just be trying it out to see what's out there. But it's a little late in the day to be touching a Model X, unless this is their first time to get their hands on a Plaid. Cybertruck deliveries, Model X is pretty much the only vehicle that's not been spotted being benchmarked by Ford yet. That is, at least until now. Ford authorities shared images of Model X being benchmarked by Blue Oval as well. Ford appeared to be benchmarking the Model X long-range dual motor, not the Plaid. Okay. So it's hinted by the absence of the Plaid badging on the deck lid. The Model X in the sighting also seems to be configured in a rather simple manner with solid black paint, 20-inch Cyberstream wheels, and what appears to be a brown steering wheel. Well, yeah, they're not going to pay extra for a yoke. Unless it came with the steer-by-wire, which it doesn't. While the Model X long-range dual motor is no Plaid when it comes to performance, it's no slouch either. Yeah, it's almost as fast as mine. It's 0-60 in 3.8 seconds instead of my 2.8. Features top speed 149 miles per hour. Range of 348 miles per charge. EPA. Which is pretty impressive for a vehicle of its size. Yes, because my Plaid was my P100D is rated at 289 EPA, new, and it doesn't do anything near that now because I have 10% degradation. The fact that Ford is benchmarking the X is quite interesting, considering that Blue Oval does not currently have a direct competitor. That's what I was just saying for the flagship all-electric SUV. Ford's all-electric crossover, the Mustang Mach-E, is more of a Tesla Model Y competitor. Yes. You know what this could mean, though? It could mean the Explorer or the Expedition is going to be coming as an EV soon, because as you'll see in a later set of photos, GM's already got something coming for their product. With this in mind, the veteran automaker's Model X benchmark suggests a larger all-electric SUV is in the works. Perhaps Ford is looking to the flagship Tesla's tech and drivetrain. It could be any number of things if you don't see them testing it against another car. Ford benchmarked the X a long time ago. They're testing FSD now. Oh, that's another way to look at it, Michael Kim. Benchmarking FSD. I like it. Model Y. Yeah. If they were, we don't know what they're testing here. Why would they consider a Plaid if they have no way of competing with Plaid? That's true. Also, Ford is indeed considering licensing FSD. It's possible they weren't benchmarking the vehicle itself, but more of taking an in-depth look at FSD. Yep. Has Tesla benchmarked or copied any other automaker's engineering design, or has Tesla always start from clean design? Tesla does benchmark other people's cars, not necessarily to the same extent that everybody else does to theirs. We've seen it. Making a list of all the things that have to be redesigned in order to incorporate Tesla technology into their vehicles. That's a possibility. If they're going to license any of it. If it wasn't benchmarking, they brought for joyrides, especially in the S Plaid. But that's not what this was. In 2023, that's like 7 years too late to be trying to figure out how the competition works. That's probably because they're not doing that. All right, we talked about FSD transfers last week and the week before. Some Starlink customers are renting out their dishes on Facebook Marketplace for $30 a day. When I read the headline, I was like, oh, that sounds interesting. And then I was like, somebody's going to destroy my dish. No, thank you. Plus, if they violate any of the TOSs, or the fact that me renting it out is violating a TOS, that's not good. The going rate could be as high as $30 per day, which is having investors cashing out $5,000 per month. It's kind of neat. Tried to grab a Starlink for family camping trip, but it was too short notice to have it shipped on time. Look on Facebook Marketplace, and people are renting them out for $25 to $30 a day. Guy has 7 of them, all fully rented. He's clearing almost $5,000 a month by renting out Starlinks. Well, that'd certainly pay for the fee. So if he's got the residential with portability, $50 a month times 7. So it's either 5,000 in revenue or 5,000 in profit. 4,000 in profit if that's revenue. Not counting any labor or cleaning or dealing with the customers, of course. Insurance. I do have an extra dish, though. I might look into this. Stand by. I'll keep this one open because I do have an extra dish. All right, so we talked about Pepsi. All right, so we talked about the camera recall on the Model 3 and Y with a elite number of vehicles, 1337 in the States and Canada. Now in China, Tesla's recalling Model S and X for seatbelt and camera issues. Not that any of you guys here listening are in China, obviously, because we're on these social platforms. But there are 271 S's and X's in China that have to do with an issue with seatbelts. 233 S and X rolled off production lines between 5th of February and 16th of May, require the seatbelts to be reinstalled. The remaining 37 were produced between 17th of January and 11th of July 2023. Front seatbelt parts in the first set of vehicles were probably not correctly connected to the pretensioner. Oh, so same thing we saw on another recall that Tesla had. During production or after sale service, it creates a safety risk as the belts may not restrain passengers as expected. So that one on the local recall was if you move the seatbelt a certain way before going on your drive, it could disconnect from the pretensioner, and so then when the pretensioner pulls, it's not pulling on anything and not safe. Tesla will fix the problem by inspecting the front seatbelts at no cost, even if a replacement is required. I don't know how warranties work in China, but I would expect seatbelts to be taken care of on a new vehicle. Second set of vehicles has issues with the front camera positioning. They failed to meet the pitch angle design specifications. As a result, they could affect the active safety features and other driver alerts, as well as whatever FSD or cruise control you've got. Same thing we saw on the elite vehicles, where the cameras were just slightly out of alignment. But because this is another physical issue, That also means that you have to go into Tesla or get them to come out to you to properly angle your cameras. And that also means that they were too far out for the auto calibration to deal with as well. Ford restructures the EV business in China. Ford set up FMET as a Chinese subsidiary last year for making new EVs and distributing existing models, including Chinese Mustang Mach-E. Really? However, the subsidiary is now folded into Ford's joint venture in China known as Chang'an Ford in partnership with Chang'an Automobile. The changes take effect from August 1st of 2023. Interesting. From now on, Chang'an Ford will be responsible for selling the electric Mustang, which is uninspiring as the JV has been building the Chinese Mustang since unsurprising as the JV has been building Chinese Mustang since 2021. So they just moved it from a separate company into the company that's making them. Okay. Arrangement covers 300 dealers scattered across 70 cities in China, and it significantly increases the EV sales network since Ford has recorded appalling sales of the EV, reportedly selling only 60 units in the first 4 months of 2023. Wow. 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 Ford is taking this step after discount campaigns failed to boost sales in China, and the automaker offered steep discounts. Offered steep during April, so steep discounts in April, which saw prices dropping 28,600 euros, but only sold 33 units. Wow. In other parts of the world, Ford has tripled the sales. Yeah, Mustang Mach-E is doing well and elsewhere. That's not China. All right, let's see. Cybertruck spotted at Giga Texas Supercharger, revealing more front details. All right, front at the Supercharger. All right. Let's see. Front opening will span the entire width of the front of the pickup truck. Yeah, we kind of knew that. Opening gave hope that Cybertruck's front would offer close to the 14 cubic feet found in Lightning. But that's not going to happen. But, as Joel pointed out, any frunk is better than no frunk. Cybertruck's been spotted outside Giga Texas, giving us another clue of the size. May not be that bad after all. And this is what Tesla was telling us. It's under 19 feet, but still has a full 6-foot bed and full cab. Full extended cab. Full crew cab. There we go. Gotta use the right terms. Spotted with a drone flyover by Joe Tegmeyer. Vanished by the drone's camera. We can see the front tub liner sitting in the Cybertruck's vault. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Why is it not in the frunk? It does appear to be much deeper than we thought based on the photo from a few weeks ago. Given how fresh this Cybertruck is, having just rolled off the production line, we can safely assume production versions will indeed come with the same aero covers that were on the prototype. Yeah, we're seeing them there. There's another photo I've got coming later in the show. I like those ones better than the ones that it comes with. I never really did care for these ones. They look cheap. They look cool, but they look cheap. Spot anything else in the photo? No comments, of course. Petro-Canada launches lines of lubricant for electric vehicles. The EVR. Electric vehicles still use lube and oil, and they just don't use as much of it. And most of them have lifetime fills. So you're using less of it. And so if you make lubes and oils, then why not focus on another place that will be a customer, especially if they're going to be your only customer going forward, right? At least in the automotive space. Breakneck Trent says Starship Static Fire is about to start. I will catch the replay. EVR product line has applications for consumers, medium and heavy duty trucks, and OEMs. You got driveline wet applications, dry applications, electric motor grease, thermal management. Good on you. If my OEM buys your stuff, I will refill the stuff if it needs it. France records record battery electric vehicle registrations in June, with Tesla leading the way. 33,280 battery electric vehicles in the month of June, which is a 52% increase year over year and represents 65% of overall zero emissions registrations. Congratulations, France. In fact, BEV vehicles represented 18% of all French new car registrations that month. Nice. That monitor's trying to turn off. I'm using it. Stop. Leading the way in terms of brands was Tesla, Model Y, then Model 3, Fiat 500e, the MG4, and the Dacia Spring. France's top 20 EV sales by model. So Model Y, followed closely by the Model 3, followed a distant third by the Fiat 500e and MG4. Okay. Oh, a burger. Thank you. Where can I put this burger? My desk is full of stuff that the baby was trying to reach that she shouldn't have. I'll have to clean it. All right, let's see. Only question is, will the Model 3 be able to catch up to second place? Or place second, giving Tesla 1-2 finish in 23 in France. Okay, so apparently the Model 3 hasn't been in second place every month. Okay. Giga Shanghai begins Project Highland Model 3 production, according to a report. Dated yesterday. No, not yesterday, 3 days ago. Giga Shanghai reportedly begun production of the Model 3 known as Highland. The start of production is expected. The new electric sedan will be released in September. See, they can make them and stockpile them. According to insiders, it's already started. They've actually been pretty good, these Chinese insiders, as far as accurate. It's only a partial switchover at first. See, that's what I'm saying right there. They can build up their inventory and still sell you what they've got. Switch to Highland production 2 weeks later. According to online rumors, communication from suspected Tesla staff indicates they will be domestically produced, discontinued on August 14th. We'll see. We'll see. But they've been saying it's close now for 3 months. Just like Elon's been saying, FSD will be ready this year for 10 years. When it comes out, we'll be excited and we'll tell you what all is known about Highland. In Canada, Tesla has switched to kilowatt-hour billing at superchargers. I've got applesauce. Hot applesauce. Thank you. Is here. So this is pretty cool because then they won't be just charging you on time. But the way Tesla does it, when they charge per kilowatt hour, they charge you at the speed of the kilowatt hours and how many kilowatt hours you took down. I think it's pretty fair. Switch comes 6 months after Measurement Canada granted a temporary dispensation order allowing charging providers to bill customers by kilowatt hour. More than 2 years after the government first began the process to make the switch, the approval came on February 24th. Within a few weeks, the first charging operators switched to the new billing method. However, those companies had to revert back to time-based billing because of a complicated application process that no one knew about. It took longer to work through the channels of government, the more charging locations you had. Well, when that's your business, it's a little easier. Let's see, Starship Static Fire has started.
We're going to continue to monitor for another minute here in case Flight Director has any information over the booster countdown net.
Warm applesauce with cinnamon. This is fun. All right, so I'm going to keep this in my ear, and we're going to go back to talking about the news until I hear more from them about static fire. but it's the official SpaceX cast, so nice. An expansive supercharger network across Canada meant it took nearly 6 months to get approved, but that approval finally came on Thursday, and they switched to kilowatt-hour billing. Let's see. Urban superchargers are the slowest at 72 kilowatts, are the cheapest at under 30 cents a kilowatt hour. From there, the rates increased to 47 to 48 cents per kilowatt hour for V2 150 and V3 250. And again, these are Canadian prices. We were able to find some V2 stations that were outliers and also at less than 30 cents a kilowatt hour, but most with a higher rate, which is probably based on what Tesla's paying the local utilities for electricity. It's slightly more expensive than what Kacey is billing.
Sounds like we had 4 that did shut down during the ignition, but we've not heard any other follow-up. We do know from other discussions, the pad looks good, the launch vehicle looks good, and right now the team is going to plan for proceeding into the regular propellant offload of the methane and liquid oxygen propellants on Super Heavy. So right now, a big congrats to the Starship team for getting through today's test. And with that, that moves us another step closer to our next flight test. And for today, we're going to close the webcast out. Be sure to follow our social pages as we look to post additional information on today's test.
Grid fins
and with that,
perpendicular to
thank
the
you for
ground at
joining.
launch.
Needed?
T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Let's listen.
T-minus 20 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
There's the deluge
3,
system.
2,
Wow.
1.
Ooh. You blew the camera up. So they got 4 engines of that at least. 4 shut down. I don't think that's not hard enough. That is impressive. And no concrete anywhere. Alright, so then after kilowatt hour billing, we're going to go over to, we talked about Magic Dock. So let's get that. Where were you when you saw the super heavy static fire Kacey stream? I love it. Oh, I love it. All right, so let's talk about this Cybertruck spotted with the aero wheel covers. These are the ones that interest me. Let's let the video get to the shutdown there. Just Steam, so there we go. Share this tab instead. Close the live stream there. All right, so these look like Knight Rider, and I like these. These I'd love to have on my truck, and I'm a big nerd, and they just look better to me than the octagonal monstrosities. I realize they're actually more than octagons, but that's how they look to me. Look like big gray stop signs with straps on them. Let's see. In Palo Alto, Dima Zinuk saw this. It looked a little wobbly, but that's probably just because of the alignment markers there. Or maybe the covers aren't straight. I like the way they look, though. What do y'all think about this? This or the regular ones? Obviously, you can take them off, or you can put your own covers on, but that's just something about this. Just looks good to me. Not with that camo, though. Oof. Oh, do an all black wrap and put these on, and then it really looks like Knight Rider. Versus these. I mean, these don't look. They look terrible. I don't like the way they look. There's something about them just never has sat right with me. These covers, if they are covers, that's a good point. They could be the alloys underneath now. It's substantially different than the aero covers we've seen previously, all the way back to the original prototype in 19. Those covers match the sharp lines and overall design of the truck. These feature a more flat design that likely improves efficiency more than the rugged covers from the prototype. And then this was seen on site. Not an RC. I like that. No door handles. Got a closed vault on this one. All right. I'm ready. Bring it. Get your mega wiper. And your mega frunk. Well, it wasn't apparent at the time. It was parked outside for a visit later in the day by Senator John Cornyn, who got to sit inside and tour the factory at Musk. All right. Everything's bigger in the Lone Star State, including Tesla's Gigafactory, the second largest manufacturing facility in the US. Does he talk like that? I don't know. That's just what I thought. The impressive facility employs 10,000 Texans and is one of the many reasons why Texas is leading in job creation. Or so they say. All right, where are we? We're here. In Europe, June sales have exceeded 300,000 units in plugins. Not bad. Not bad at all. BEVs, 212,000, up 57% year over year and 17% market share. Plugins, 100,000, up 17% year over year and 8% market share, for a total of 311,897 cars with plugs, up 42% year over year and 25% market share. Look at that. That's December. There we go. That's where we are. Not quite as nice as March, but still very respectable. I wonder if some of this is Tesla, because Tesla does that end quarter thing, and they do a lot of the plug-in sales around the world. It's got to be. Yes, it was. Results in June. Model Y, 33,523. Model 3, 14,163. Volkswagen ID4, 10,252. Fiat 500, which was number 3 in France, 7,954. The MG4, which was number 4 by not that far off in France, 7,779. Let's go to ENIAC, 7,1119. The Volvo XC40, both the plug-in and plug-in hybrid, at 6,615. And rounded out by the Renault Megane E-Tech at 5,032. For the full 6 months, you're looking at Tesla's at the top and ID4 as 4th, but expected soon it will become 3rd, if not 2nd, as sales have recently accelerated. Congrats to Volkswagen, eh? Model Y, 138,814. Model 3, 43,131. And the XC40 combo, 42,207. And then, as they said about the flip, the Volkswagen ID4 currently at 41,773, rounded out by the Dacia Spring at 26,994. Put on. All right. Comments. One of Putin's former biggest oil markets is going away permanently. That's a good thing. That's a lot of Model Ys. Absolutely. Elon told us it'd be the best-selling car in the world. And then, as I like to point out, at the Model Y unveiling, it was stuck in a corner in the dark. Tesla likes to use music, so I'm going to skip that. So they went to the history of the Tesla, the Model S. There's the Model X right there. And there we go. So the Model Y comes out, and it's sitting in the shadows, in the shade.
And then supercharging. So, the first, in 2010, we had 0 superchargers. So there was no,
An
you
amazing
really
public
drive
speaker.
long distances with an electric car. Anyway, we're going to build a lot more superchargers. And we actually have version 3 of the supercharger.
This is in the shadows. It's blue. It's like hard to see. You can't really see the shape. And they went from that to the best-selling car in the world. It was almost like they were like not proud of it. I mean, they are proud of it, but like they could have used a red or a white or something that you could have like seen. So when Patrick and I say that they kind of like just tucked it off, we aren't exaggerating. Look at that thing. All right, let's see what's next. Model S Plaid versus 1,000 horsepower Dodge Challenger Hellcat. It's a close drag race. One is a family sedan, and the other is a modified 2-door dragster beast. And I'm curious if they tell us what happened, because I don't know that I want to actually watch it. How do you improve on the Model 3? Give it a dad bod and some high heels. Because crossover is the best-selling platform in the world right now. So why not take your best-selling car and make it into the best-selling platform? It works, as we can see. Let's see. Tesla makes it look easy. Granted, costs over 100 grand. Fully kitted out. Dodge Challenger SRT super stock. 6.2 liter V8. It's mid 191,000. It's not that big difference. Additional mods with the ICE power 2-door muscle. As always, though, go ahead and watch the video. Yeah, I didn't want to watch the video. I do, but I don't know how YouTube will treat it if I play this guy's whole video. All right, those are 2 limo bars. Oil. 298.
Checking the weather before he wanted to make his pass. JAT. Doug R. in the 2021 Tesla.
Wheels. That's what I thought, basically, right there. Oh, okay, so thank you to Wheels. Let me put you a link in the chat so that people can look at your stuff. And if you happen to put a strike on me and I clip out this section of the video, there goes your shout out. I mean, not a strike, but what do you call it? Please take my video out of your video. Okay, take your video and the reference out. If you strike me, that's not cool. All right, some more about the Cybertruck. It's got to be the factory. Why else would you take out part of your cowling on the Model 3? It's a Model Y, actually. On the Model Y. Yeah, see, they're still in shipping. Yeah, okay. Must needed some rework. All right. Moving on. Lucid Air lineup sees big price cuts. Pure all-wheel drive now starts at $83,900. It's a $10,650 price cut on pure base pure trim and $12,550 on the mid-range touring and the upper grand touring trims. So if you're in the market for a Lucid and you wanted a discount, you got it. All right, then. All right. Volvo plug-in sales have more than tripled in July of 2023, as we were seeing in the June figures. What are they at now? First 7 months of the year amounted to 70,535,000, up 23% year over year. In July, the company sold 3,132 rechargeable cars, up 226% year over year, from a relatively low base of July 2022, with less than 1,000 units were sold. Well, there you go. Plugins represented 29% of the brand's sold volume, and remember, Volvo is following their sister brand and going totally electric. That means no plugins even, or no plug-in hybrids even. Good on Volvo for walking the talk. Kia has stopped taking reservations for the EV9 EV9 electric vehicle in Canada due to high demand. I don't know why these companies don't want you to just wait in the line. Oh no, we got to close it out. Well, actually, I do know why. Money. Because if they say that 2025 is full and you got to buy the 2026, but the 2026 costs more, they've made some money. After receiving a notably high number of reservations, they only allocated 500 to Canada for the 2024 model year. For reference, Kia sold 68,258 cars in the country last year. I'm guessing that's all cars. Surprising to see Kia allocate such a low amount of EV9 units to Canada, given the popularity of full-size SUVs in North America. This is true, however, I bet that's a case of either they wanted the US to get them, or they just don't have that many available, and so they felt 500 was fair for Canada. We've seen both versions of that go down with allocations to Canada of various autos. Things that commenters aren't paying attention to is lithium iron phosphate batteries are the solution to most problems, but only China currently mass produces them. Okay. If an automaker is tied to a particular battery maker that's missed the boat on LFP or is punished for using Chinese batteries, then it has a problem with both cost and supply. Fair enough. And it seems that Hyundai Kia is politically chained to Korean battery makers, which means no LFP for years to come, and not much better for GM. GM is tied to LG. Ford, at least, is trying to get LFP production going in the States, but it will take time. Yes, they will, because they're starting their plants from scratch. Of course, it's worse with Japanese automakers who could actually make better use of LFPs than Americans in their smaller cars. The story of how China got that decade-long LFP lead is the real story of current EV conflicts, not slave labor or dumping promised miracle batteries, especially because they're not sitting still. Yeah, we gave them that technology and let them run wild with it. They just kept improving on it to the point where now we're buying it back from them. Just saying. Andrew said we had a thunderstorm here now, but not at all like yours. Biggest we've had in a few years. Yeah, some of these thunderstorms are just like, oh. Yeah, well, hopefully you make it through without any damage. My favorite is to sleep during the rain. If that's possible for you. I know that some of the storms have such irregular noise that you can't necessarily sleep through them. First allotments and additions for markets the size of Canada, Australia, etc., tend to be that size. This is true. Reportedly, at one point, there were 55,000 people in queue trying to get their place in order, which ended up crashing the site. Ouch. So while I was complaining about not letting people just wait in line, 55,000 for a legacy automaker of EVs is substantial. We're talking probably a couple of years of production, so I can see why they'd want to cut that off at this point, especially when you only have 500 the first year. Ooh. So if that's true, I don't know why this person gave him a thumbs down. Let's see if there's a reply to it. Nope. Nobody told them to boost production instead. I mean, yeah, that's the obvious answer, but it's not always easy to boost production. Like, you've got contracts to fulfill, you've got your orders, and if you don't have your orders in time, it might not be easy to. I mean, you may have some wiggle room, but you're not going to have 10,000% swing room. You might have a 10% swing room. So, hey, we need 10% more. This is better than we thought. Hey, we need all of your production of these parts. Sorry. Yep. Currently don't have the production capacity, but the GA plant is being expanded to produce the EV9, and BEV plants being built in the US and Korea should add to that capacity. Yep. And Purus unveils high-energy silicon anode cell for eVTOL and EV applications. So EV vertical takeoff and landing, and EV applications. Let's see. Unveiled as in commercially, right? So let's see. Discharge rate of 10C. That's substantial. 400 watt hours per kilogram. Could benefit eVTOL and be installed in unmanned aerial vehicles, which all require high propulsion power to lift heavy loads. All right, so 10C discharge. How fast can you recharge it? Same capability could extend to high performance EVs. It's quite a lot. I think the Tesla is up to 4C on discharge on the Plaid. I don't think it's 10. If it is anywhere near 10, it's only for a short boost. The new cell can discharge enough power to motors that can accelerate an EV from 60 miles per hour in 1.5 seconds. It's substantial. I'll take the enthusiast allure of a sub 2 seconds 0 to 60 with a grain of salt, because even the Model S Plaid, the fast accelerating EV on the market today, has a claimed 0 to 60 of 1.9 seconds, excluding rollout. And Paris claims the cell supports high current pulses of at a low state of charge without dropping under the cutoff voltage. Interesting. It can reportedly sustain a power density of 3,000, so 3 kilowatts per kilogram at 30% depth of discharge. That's 3,000 kilowatts, or so 3 kilowatts, but at 30% depth of discharge. So that's going from 100 to 30, 100 to 70 rather, 100 to 70, 100 to 70. Maximum power density can exceed 4,400 watts per kilogram when the charge is high. I need to see this thing in production, like people using it, to wrap my head around what it does. Watts per kilogram makes no sense. Watt is a moving measure, power push per second. While sure it's not density, give me the capability of delivering 4.4 kilowatts per kilogram. That sounds insane. But a 250 kilogram battery would be able to deliver 1 megawatt of oomph, or 1 kilogram battery could power a toaster, vacuum cleaner, and hairdryer at once. This is supposed to mean 4.4 kilowatt hours per kilogram. Sounds crazy, but less, just tenfold density. You bring up some good questions, Mr. Second Thought. Andrew says, I love thunderstorms. Follow some of the storm chasers in the US on YouTube and on X. Yeah. Let's see. Word caution before, I'll say it again. Never judge a battery solely on the basis of 1 or 2 aspects of the overall spec. And horses for courses anyway. Energy density by weight is crucial for an aviation application, but relatively unimportant for static grid storage. And what cost difference does such energy density improvement come with? What about the lifetime? Great questions. Great questions. All right, so like I said, let's let it get to market and see before we pass judgment on it. The Cadillac Celestiq starts at around $340,000 before customization. I know I've already said this months ago, but now they have an official price rather than a round, and there it is, $340,000 before customization on a car that requires customization. Cadillac's marketing boss said the starting price for the blank canvas before buyers add their personal finishes. And as I said back then, I'll still get the rolls if I had that kind of money to waste on a car. Okay, so if you have that kind of money to spend on a car and you do it, I'm not saying you're wasting money, but for me, it'd be a waste. If you want to, go ahead. But if you gave me the money, said you have to spend on a car, I would get the Bentley. Just saying. see. I don't think anything is actually new about this, other than that they're officially set that price. Because these pictures we looked at before, and she added the luxury brand will notify buyers starting this week that they can begin the process to design their vehicles. No two Celestiq sedans are. I add an E to it. It's like a lyric. It's Celestiq. But that sounds less prestigious than Celestiq. than Celestiq. Sounds kind of like American and kind of country. No two are expected to be alike after buyers tailor them to their individual tastes. This comes great for resale. It means that unless you are a celebrity reselling it, nobody's going to want your car with your customizations. Customers will choose a dealership before they finish designing it. Oh, they still have to do that whole, wow. When will they learn? So this is same situation. You end up at a dealer. Hopefully your dealer doesn't decide to gouge you, and they'll already see that you have money at this point. So they might decide to gouge you if it's one of those dealers that does that. And hopefully they actually honor what you ordered. Most of them will, but as we saw with the last couple times this method came out, that some don't honor what you ordered. Oh, you want that with the leopard spot print? Yeah, we're not gonna be able to resell that if your deal doesn't go through. So we switch you to just flat black leather. Of course, again, at these prices, if you show up with the money, they might not try to jerk you around. Company is in the process of building on the Tech Center campus onto the Cadillac house at Vanderbilt, named after Suzanne Vanderbilt, who worked for Cadillac after joining GM Design in 1955. Yeah, I'm curious what these comments can be like. Nothing about the Celestiq is impressive to me from its appearance. Yeah, the rear end is ugly. From its appearance to me, from its appearance to its range or efficiency, performance, most of all the pricing. Cadillac doesn't have the cachet outside of GM diehards to pull off a nearly $500,000 car with options. Yes. If this functions or rather doesn't function like the Lyric, there's going to be a lot of buyer's remorse. Ouch. I'd say at even 300 to 500,000, I'm sorry, 300 to 500 cars, program will be a success. Yeah, probably. My guess is when they will move on to a different custom commissioned offering in a series of such vehicles. Maybe. It looks like a Honda. Since they are hand building, it ought to at least have a chassis with a custom body. You ought to be able to buy it with any body that Cadillac ever made. Oh, that would be awesome. Can you imagine? That would be awesome. If you could have a 59 Breyers or 1940 V16 with an Ultium drivetrain, I could imagine that there might be a market for it, even if it was at an even higher price. As it sits, I suspect you'll be able to count the total sales on the fingers of one hand. I get what Cadillac is trying to do here, but offering a car in the Rolls price category, they are trying to reverse the damage to the brand they've done over the past 50 years by selling rebadged Chevys. The theory makes sense, but a plain Jane car like this isn't going to do it. It has to look like a $340,000 car, not a $34,000 Honda. Strong words. Let's see. Joel says all new battery claims should really include the C rate, cycle life, cost, claim production date. Yes. Yes. Also, the energy density. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, especially that production date, and add production volume to that. Because if they're only going to make enough to make one car a year, does it matter? Saw Lyric in the real world yesterday in the mountains going through West Virginia. They do exist. They do exist. I would like to see one in person. I haven't seen it yet. I see lots of Bolts and Mustangs and of course Teslas, rebadged Chevys, curses in Voltec. The ELR was great, but that was also a rebadged Chevy. It was a Volt without the hatchback. It was very pretty. Very pretty. And they sold 14 of them ever. Was it 14 or 75? It was stupid low how many they sold versus how many they built. That was a disappointment. If they had priced it lower, like made it just slightly more expensive than the Volt, and not done that stupid ad campaign they did for like 3 days where they were cross selling it against the Model S at the time, they might have had a better chance. Also, bigger battery, but it was a beautiful car. I see them every now and then. I see Cadillac is following the same pricing scheme as the ELR. Oh yes, yes indeed. I actually think this car will be classic one day. It's unusually bold for GM. I hope they make their numbers. So I think they're going to sell more than a handful of digit because they already said they had at least 5 people they were working with. So that automatically means 6 if those people follow through. I don't know. Those comments were both surprising and also where I expected them to be. All right, Hyundai, Kia, Genesis hit with a class action lawsuit over faulty charging ports. Owners claim that defective ports can lead to charging times of 20 hours or no charge at all. Ouch. Owners of vehicles sold by the Hyundai Group in the United States have filed a nationwide class action lawsuit against the car manufacturers, claiming that certain models also feature defective charging ports that can lead to longer than advertised charging times or even a failure to charge, potentially leaving users stranded. Brought last month in district court for the Central District of California, and alleges that the automakers advertised vehicle charging times between 5 to 7 hours, depending on vehicle make and the use of a level 2 home charger. However, the suit says in reality, vehicle charging ports frequently overheat in as little as 30 minutes, causing a charging session to unexpectedly and repeatedly fail. That's bad. That's very bad. I mean, good that they stop for safety instead of burning up, but 30 minutes is not enough to get anywhere. Especially 30 minutes of home charging. Not only do they continue to sell vehicles that are clearly incapable of performing as advertised, they also issued a software patch which substantially worsens charging rates and widens the gap between what they promised and what they delivered, said Steve Berman, managing partner at Hagens Berman, and the attorney leading the case. The filed complaint cites one plaintiff's experience in which fully charging his 2023 Ioniq 5 takes 20 hours at a 5% charge rate per hour. The email sent to us says that back in March, Hyundai issued a TSB to address the issue, but the subsequent software update that was pushed to affected vehicles does little to alleviate the problem. According to the complaint, the average charging average of 48 amps drops to 28 amps if overheating occurs, leading to much longer charging sessions than advertised. That's not good. They seek to recover compensation for vehicle owners and lessors, bringing claims of violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, violation of the California Computer Data Access and Fraud Act, and violations of applicable state consumer protection laws. Yeah, I mean, they should compensate the people and fix the problem. Replace the ports, cool the ports, whatever it takes. The only EVSE I've used is a ChargePoint Flex 50 amp until I used a destination charger at a hotel the last few days. Regardless of DC fast or AC charging, 35 years of working with a wide variety of electronics has taught me to look at the metal of the contacts in a plug socket, plug inlet, in this case for signs of temperature stress or other potential fouling debris. I won't plug in anything that is questionable. So AC charging on our home EVSE has been at 40 amp setting, being on a 50 amp breaker. Reports I've seen are citing 48 amp sessions with hardwired EVSE. I will say I've looked at every charging curve profile from our ChargePoint Home Flex, and on occasion there's a downward V spike from 9.6 to 7 to 8 kilowatts, starting as early as the 4th charging session on our 2023 Ioniq 5 and new EVSE. That is with no other plug ever having been used besides an 8% sock gain to test the EA account on the DC pins. So yeah, that still didn't touch his pins because the DC pins are different on CCS. Is this a foreshadow of those having hardwired EVs running 48 amps on a 60 amp breaker? Quite possibly, but this lawsuit, I believe, is enhanced because of Hyundai's written response to the issue is unacceptable. Did they show the written response? No, they didn't. The vast amount of charging energy put in at our EVs is at home, so given the opportunity to join the class action suit, I would, to prompt the diagnostic due diligence needed to accurately analyze, assess, and address any faulty hardware that is at the root cause of this broad issue, regardless if it's the point of inlet or from the backside of the inlet to the charging electronics, converting the AC to DC. For those citing the Tesla plug as solution, should note that there have been numerous inlet to plug fusions. I've seen photographic evidence and apparently, hold on. Those citing the Tesla plug as a solution, note that there have been numerous inlet to plug fusions I've seen photographic evidence of, and unaware of version 2 handles overheating regularly. And apparently, and derating because of that by the supercharger. I've seen a few melted adapters. I haven't seen that many melted plugs, just because of the way that Tesla does their stuff. But I've seen a few. No contact I've ever touched is immune to atomic degradation. That's true, brought on by excessive electron transfer. But great engineering design keeps those failures to well below 1/100th of a percent. So neither plug is immune to issues. I picked up too many dispenser cables lying on the pavement in the rain, shaking out the water, and reported it to the owner. I know you can't engineer out everything and make everything goof-proof from my 3 decades of troubleshooting and repairing electronics. Let's drop the jerseys and have a conversation. But if they buy the Tesla plugs, they'll be made of better stuff. Not to say that the Tesla plug is that much better. Than if they got the same manufacturer to make a Tesla plug, like an AX plug. I think it drops to 6 when it detected the charge port is getting too hot. That's not 20 hours. Well, it still is too hot. Well, we will keep an eye on this and see. Bennett says, I haven't gotten past them delivering some without CCS ports at all. Yes, like those ones in Canada, especially. Just J1772. How do they think that would be okay for anybody at that price point? Supply chain. I think it was literally they were just trying to make a loss leader, and the dealers con those people into buying that unit. This car with that size battery, even if you personally never plan to use it, the second owner will probably fast charge the car at least once. Assuming the battery is, worth fast charging, like it hasn't degraded. Good news. GM has resumed production of the BrightDrop Zevo 600 in Canada. I briefly touched on that they had stopped making the Zevo 600 in Canada because they didn't have any batteries. Let's say what speed they're at. They stopped in July 18th. And now they're back. Welcome back. All right, some more sales. Norway plug-in sales have increased in July of 23. ID4 is at the top. Really? That's unexpected. In July, 7,525 new passenger cars were registered in Norway. It's 3.8% more than year over year. Let's see. Improving, still remains in the red, down 2.2% year over year. 6,761 new passenger plug-in cars were registered last month, up 12% year over year, which is 89.8% of the total volume compared to 83% a year ago. So they're still doing well. And this is a country that's selling almost 90% EVs, or plug-ins at least. That's cool. Registrations of electric cars increased 20% year over year. Yes, sweetie. Moto. She might not even be calling me. As Patrick pointed out, when she says down, down could mean up, down could mean down. And apparently we're both down. My wife doesn't have a name. I'm Papa or Dada, depending on what she wants. And my wife is Dada or give me milk. Hello, sweetie. You calling me? I thought you were. What's up? Where are you going? What do you have there? You double fisted some markers. Down? Get hiccups? Down? Yeah, down. Okay. She can say down, but sometimes she gets a little lazy and wants to say just da. And da is not down. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand you. Down? Okay. Or you get one of these down, 2 hands to pick me up, down. Okay, you want up. Yeah, so back to Norway. Oh, wow. Thank you, Zachary. Thank you for the great work. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's see. So battery electric vehicles were at 6148, up 20%, and plug-in hybrids were at 613, down 31%, and total was 6761, up 12%, and 89.8% market share. Look at that. I wonder what's causing their drop. Is it economy, or have they dropped an incentive that made it even easier to get these? I know they were talking about it expiring. All right, models. In July, the Volkswagen was the most registered in Norway, 975 units. There is no Tesla Model Y at the top this time. In July, the popular Tesla was 10th with 195 units. So in that case, I would suspect it's a matter of shipping rather than people not wanting to get it. Overall for the year, I guess. Am I reading it right? Okay. One comment. That's certainly an opinion. All right, so the Tesla Cybertruck winter testing continues with a mysterious 535 on the body. We already looked at the pictures from Regular Truck. Let's see. Temperature wasn't anything to write home about, with lows about -1 degree centigrade or 30 degrees Fred. Highs of 48 degrees or 9 degrees centigrade. Okay. There you go. It's just Elon having fun with the media. The entry-level Cybertruck will probably be 60,000 plus. Oh, you know what though? You know what else 535 could be? The tri-motor was quoted at a range of 500 plus miles. Could that be a Easter egg? Could it be 535 miles EPA? And they're telling us that that is the tri-motor or quad, plaid. We don't know if this is still going to be a quad because the semi was supposed to be a quad and it ended up as a tri-motor. Interesting. This guy says even the entry level will be 60 plus, and this guy says doesn't seem like it based on Elon's tweets where he said the F-150 was too expensive. SAS, you know, probably code name for the 3-motor variant. This is a job for Google search. Angel number 535 means you're going through a period of deep inner transformation and self-discovery. Could be that too. At this late stage of the vehicle's development, it's quite possibly just for fine-tuning of the traction control software. Yeah. 535 is a combined number. Oh, this is true too, but very unlikely to do anything about it. It's a combined number of members in the U.S. House of Representatives and Senate, or alternatively, the number of votes in the Electoral College if you ignore DC's 3. But who knows in this case? I bet it's not political. But if 535 is the range, that's pretty darn good. And I bet you the range will be with the vault closed. What do y'all think 535 stands for? Fisker opens online reservation books for the Alaska pickup. Ronin 4-door convertible. The Alaska is expected to go on sale in late 2024, while the Ronin will launch 1 year later. And the thumbnail for this article looks like the vehicle was underwater, very similar to that that 4-mile run that we talked about earlier. But I don't imagine that's what they were doing. It's like Moto and my wife are running the electric weed whacker. Let's see. Bennett says, where's the entry-level Lightning at these days, though? Realistically, buying one this month. What does someone pay? I bet the lowest is still in the 60s. So we know it went down $10,000 from where it went up to. So I would say it probably is near 60 because it started out at 49.99, right? Then it went up at least 10. Then it went up again. And it came down 10. So I would say 60 because they're saying that it didn't go back down where it was, while the more pricey trims came down to nearly where they were when they started. So whichever one was 70 is now like 72 or something. So really close to where it was. Warm in here. And I don't know why, because I didn't increase the workload of any of the computers in here. This one was kind of cool here. The electric Kawasaki and Ninja Z-Bike have been detailed in type approval documentation. So the lightweight bikes will make use of smaller removable packs to provide power. So that's part of the Japanese Gogoro consortium. And by that, I mean the Japanese Gogoro consortium that ripped off Gogoro. So this will be fun. And that's not the last we're going to hear about the Japanese Gogoro today either. So, GMC Hummer EV with Earth Cruiser overlanding upfit will debut this month. A new teaser image shows the luxury electric pickup with a large pop-up camper shell. So this would be kind of cool to see somebody do something like this for the Cybertruck. I mean, they have the Cyberlander, which is just going to be smaller than something like this. At the same time, though, well, no, the Hummer's got a glass roof too. I can see this working out. Or combine something like the Cyberlander with the extra length of going over the window. I don't know. It just seems kind of small to me. But it does have that whole origami house situation where everything's moving inside. Let's see how much they're charging for this Earth Cruiser, because we know that the Cyberlander was almost as much as the truck. The shell appears to fit snugly against the truck's short bed and C-pillar. Roof flips up for space above the truck. Let's see. I don't see anything about a price. Let's do a Control F or Command F for $. 02. So the dollars are on other articles, not this one. Let's view the 5 comments. Okay, the Hummer is utterly absurd, and this probably makes it more so, but it appears to be a nice piece of design. Can that giant glass house on top collapse down into something more manageable? Yeah, I think it's made of this material right here, like the tent pop-up tent material, not glass. Yeah, it's a pop-up for the article. Here's a shot of the current offerings. That's another larger one than you'd expect. But I guess if you just get rid of the pickup bed, then you can do that. Okay, cool. I guess. Never gonna buy a pickup for 100 grand, much less a camper to top it. Was wondering because the thing in the picture features what looks like glass panes, which are a lot more rigid than the thing in your picture here. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, it does look like glass in the render, but it's probably like that bug screen material that a lot of the pop-up and pop-outs have. Continuing on, you'll end up near 200 grand. Yep. Check something here. It is hot in here. If it's just this room, that's fine. But if it's the whole house, then that's not good. Because I just had the thing serviced. It is the whole house. The whole house is 80 degrees right now. Outside temp is only 90 degrees. Fudge. I don't have the money to deal with that right now. Oh boy. Inside humidity is 60. It's not good. Not good at all. The only good thing is that tomorrow is a Monday, so I won't be getting a weekend service to get somebody to look at it. I didn't think I'd left because I haven't moved. History. It runs 12 hours a day, so it's probably broken again. Sorry about that. It's 80 degrees inside your house. You kind of notice that. All right, so let's see. Pender's innovative electric bike rack guarantees your back stays strain free before and after you ride. Oh, we got music. No? It's silent. All right.
Der Teleskoparm wird eingeschoben, bis er einrastet. Dann wird das Legen des Rastriegels Bike unabhängig von seiner Rahmenhöhe
Oh, that's nice.
und nach Entriegelung der Arm ist nun gesichert und bis zum nächsten Einsatz im Auto verstaut werden.
Well, there you go. Moving on. So I mentioned this vehicle earlier in the show. The Escalade IQ. It's got spy shots. You know what else it could be? I wonder if she left a door open on accident. I'll be right back. Actually, no, I don't, because got an alarm system. So if the alarm says the door is open, then we know. No, all sensors are clear. So it's not an open door. Great. So yeah, that's spy shots of the new Escalade. Lithium-ion battery cracking proves counterintuitive in University of Michigan study. They found that the cracking of the cathode particles in a cell isn't all that bad. All right, so this one, I'm just going to post a link to the article because I didn't read it and I'm not tracking what they're saying right now. All right, so we talked about the jailbroken Model 3. We talked about the lawsuit over range. U.S. Ford battery electric sales in 2023 of July amounted to 6,280 units. Both the Mustang Mach-E and Ford F-150 Lightning were down year over year. That's unfortunate. So 1,666, 978, up 6.4% year over year, or for the year, I guess. Oh, these are just total sales, not EV sales. I'm not EV sales. Smells like wet, like rain in here now. My AC is probably busted. There we go. So these are down a lot. 17,977 for the Mach-E, 10,309 for the Lightning, and 3,703 for the Transit, which is up 5%. All right, so we talked about that earlier with Patrick. And while we're there, let me go to the notes real quick. All right, we talked about the Bifurion. This one I thought was kind of cool. John Deere is partnering with Eco. Eco is who I use for my lawn care stuff. And they're going to sell Eco in all of Eco's 70 plus battery electric products across their dealer network, which is pretty cool. And then they speculate that perhaps we'll see the partnership go further, and maybe Eco will make some John Deere stuff or partner with them at least. Then there was a Tesla rival scores important EV truck deal with supply chain giant, which is, of course, talking about Nikola. Nikola scored a deal with JB Hunt. So I guess they are going to buy 13 of the Class 8 zero emissions trucks, including 10 battery electric vehicles and 3 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. First deliveries are expected next month. I got one tweet. The one tweet might be related to the next article after it, though, knowing me. Yep. Tesla Energy backup switch reduces the amount of time and cost of installing Powerwall. The old way, Powerwall with gateway, and the new way, Powerwall with backup switch. So backup switch installs at directly behind the meter, and Powerwall with gateway also installed behind the meter, but not this way. Like this is like a meter shim rated at the full 200 amps, but the previous way was kind of like a sub panel situation. It's really pretty darn cool. Done. 20 minutes. Or 4 hours. Wonder how much installers will reduce their fee. Well, if they're charging you by hour, then by 3 hours. Assuming that they still got to do the solar and stuff too. All right, so then I went from there to Tesla's page. You know what? I wonder if the thing froze up, because now it is getting cooler in here. And like I said, I smelled that wet smell like before it rains. Oh shoot, I copied twice. Here, copy link. Paste and go. But hey, if I don't have to call it AC Tech, that's even better. Still says 79 though. me go back. Look at it again. Yeah, it still says 79. But it feels cooler all of a sudden. I wonder if that's because there are no vents next to the thermostat. I hope that's what it is, and it's just getting better now. All right, so Tesla backup switch. Utilities throughout the U.S. have experienced unprecedented reliability challenges over the past several years. Extreme weather conditions resulting in longer grid outages have left hundreds of thousands of customers without power for days at a time. In response to this reality and the resulting increase in demand for backup power, we have developed Tesla Backup Switch. Backup Switch is a new component in the Tesla Powerwall system that facilitates backup power functionality by quickly and safely disconnecting your home from the grid when a power outage is detected. The system then automatically shifts your home energy use to backup power from your Powerwall. Backup Switch can be installed in whole home backup systems, not in partial systems. So partial systems, you still have to go the old way. So you'll either have less runtime if you don't have enough Powerwalls, or you'll still need to go the old way and pay more. But the a lot of homes will take 2 to 4 Powerwalls, usually 3. But you can get by with 1. My dad did. One of my friends did. But assuming that covers all your circuits, then you can do this new method. Backup switch can be installed not with partial systems. Backup switch may not be approved by some utilities. A lot of utilities still don't like you touching the meter. So others, as long as it's behind the meter like the shim is, they're fine. So why backup switch? Whole home backup by design is designed to augment your home's existing meter panel with a simple to install product that disconnects your whole home during grid outages. It's got sleek aesthetics. The backup switch slips seamlessly behind your utility meter and can be installed with fewer additional electrical components compared to the standard Powerwall installations. Faster installation. You can use the use of Tesla backup switch cuts Powerwall installation time from 10 hours up to 10 hours down to 1 hour. This results in customer savings on the installation budget. It avoids extensive rewiring. For homes where the utility meter is plugged into the main panel box, the whole home backup requires the relocation of every load circuit out of the original main panel into a new backup load panel. This unnecessary work and an additional panel on the walls are avoided by using the backup switch. And so here you go. You've got your original meter panel. You've got the housing. Get your contactor and switch, your controller, power and comms connector. The meter interface is right here. So this right here replaces that right there. And then the meter. And that's that same video we just saw on Twitter. All right, so it's got IEEE 1547, International Unintentional Islanding Protection. UL 1741, Power Control Systems. UL 414, UL 2735, and UL 916 safety standards. Certified for use with any meter socket at full rate capacity of 200 amps. There you go. So it'll work on 100 and 200 amp homes. And if you have a 400 or higher home and it uses just 1 meter, you're going to have to use the old way. We understand reliable operation of this device is critical to customer experience and to the availability of electrical service. Tesla Backup Switch is designed for a service life of 21 years and is designed with the same reliability standards and experience accumulated from 100,000 plus Powerwalls deployed globally. For more information on operating your system with Backup Switch, see the owner's manual for your system. Then you can order. And then, of course, if you order Tesla Solar, use my code and we both get something, depending on when you're watching this. If you're watching it live, we get some cool stuff too. I don't know what, because I haven't checked. Credits, I think. Tesla NDA case against Rivian heads to trial. The case was initially filed in 2020. It alleges that multiple Tesla employees went to Rivian with trade secrets. And just letting you know that happened. We'll discuss it more when the court decides what's going on. Nissan Ariya prices are slashed by up to $4,700 for our friends in the UK. Why are you measuring in dollars instead of pounds? There's also a new, cheaper entry-level trim that starts at the equivalent of $50,000. Well, there you go. If you're interested in the Ariya, that's something to look at there. Place to go. Consumers may soon get up to $14,000 or more in rebates, making energy-efficient home upgrades if states sign on. So I know my state does because my HVAC guy was trying to sell me on the IRA credits to change out for a heat pump. And he didn't object to me looking at a heat pump because he says the same price for his company for me to get a heat pump or continue on with this gas mess. But this article headline changed since I first read it. States must apply for the funds. Florida state signaled it wouldn't offer the rebates after a recent veto by Governor Ron DeSantis. And Florida was all up in the headline when I first read it. In fact, is the original headline still there? No, it's not, because I got it on the phone. When I do it on the PC or from certain apps, it'll tell me the original title, but it didn't that time. Let's see. Yeah, so this is basically the same stuff I've been telling you all year about the Inflation Reduction Act, home energy improvement features, but it's letting you know that some states like Florida are not going to be signing on. That's it. Some more speculation on Highland. Model 3 European delivery dates have been postponed, reportedly for Project Highland. New custom-built performance units have an estimated delivery date of as late as January 2024. Tesla pushed back the delivery dates for Model 3s destined for left-hand drive European markets by as late as January 2024, according to the latest update from the company's online configurator, which was spotted by the user, the X-user, at Tesla Chan. Before the update, customers new built-to-order Model 3s were told that they could receive their cars early the same month, but now the earliest estimated delivery date is October. Wow. That does sound like either a supply crunch or Highland, right? Let's see if there are any comments on this before I move on. One comment. From what I've read, nobody had their delivery date postponed. Orders already placed still have their original delivery date. Yeah. New orders, but you're right, that is a misleading headline if they do that. New orders will have the new dates, that part. Which leads us to speculate Tesla is first developing the updated Model 3 for left-hand drive markets, leaving right-hand drive countries for later. Unlikely those cars are already on the boats or at the dock. I figured they still have enough unsold floating inventory to offer immediate delivery of all configurations of right-hand drive, but have run out of some configurations of left-hand drive. It's possible. It's time to criticize MPGE again. So this is on that same vein of what we were just talking about with Patrick about how some folks don't understand MPG and how it doesn't really live up to the way that people actually drive. Let's see what this article says. Amidst faulty range claims and a brewing scandal, the EPA's own EV efficiency metric could use an overhaul. Talking about that same Reuters article that we were talking about. Now, like any large corporation that uses questionable business practices, Tesla deserves the full brunt of whatever comes its way. But Reuters report and all highlight a huge issue with electric vehicle communications that we don't know how to talk about electric vehicle range or consumption. How do we calculate the range of an EV anyway? Well, the only legal way to talk about it is to use the local fuel consumption test. In this case, the EPA. Oh, she's running the leaf blower. And it's electric, so all I hear is just like a whooshing sound. 1 gallon of gas equivalent is 33.7 kilowatt hours of electrical energy. Pretty hard to conceptualize, but essentially cars like the Chevy Bolt EV can go more than 200 miles on the equivalent of about 2 gallons of gas. That efficiency results in a fantastic MPGE number, often well into the hundreds. Yet those fantastically large numbers don't really mean much when examined closely, at least from EPA calculations. MPGE is a borderline useless metric. Yes, it is. But it's all we have right now, especially as people start to transition to EVs. But we really should have an EV-only number. For example, the standard range Mustang Mach-E may have 68 kilowatt hours of usable energy capacity, but it could take 80 kilowatt hours worth of energy to completely charge itself. Let's skim through these comments, and then I'll put the link to the article in the YouTube chat so you guys can look at it too, because I blazed on through it. No numbers will be meaningful given the number of variables involved in different use cases. Hopefully consumers know how to watch YouTube videos and read reviews to draw their own conclusions. That's not even contemplating the regenerative braking aspect, which ICE cars don't even have. Miles per kilowatt hour is where we need to be headed. This is a linear measurement. MPGE and MPG are nonlinear measurements, but are what's used in the US. Other countries also use this as a secondary measure. Yeah, they do. They have the per liter equivalent. The underlying issue with EVs is they're still new enough that the EPA is still learning how to measure their efficiency. Remember, it took the EPA almost 50 years to nail this down for ICE Vs. This is true. I live in a part of Florida that used to be known for the slow, deliberate driving by the retirees who used to be a majority in the area. I could not stand their driving, as I used to be a very aggressive driver in my youth. Now, the same area dominated by migrants from other parts of the country, Floridians call us transplants, and other countries with different driving cultures. It's a mess. I drive my mom's CRV consistently. I get close to 30 miles per gallon, especially while driving on the highways. However, everyone else driving so aggressively, they are probably getting close to 15 miles per gallon on average. Yep. Probably 20 though, if it's the same car. Same principle but could be that low. Same principle should apply to EVs, except on highways where wind resistance would work against an EV. If we can hypermile on ICE engines, we should be able to hypermile. Yeah, I hypermile mine. Not anywhere near as much as I used to on gas, but I think it's an element missing from today's conversation on MPG or MPGE, especially with gas prices these days. Yep. Unplugged Performance is now building Tesla Model Y police vehicles. That's a good business arrangement there for you. It still says 79, but it's quite comfortable in here. Let's ask the desk monitor what it thinks it is. The desk monitor says 84, but again, this is the room with all the computers in. Tesla Tuner has set up a new division called Upfit, and the $92,000 Model Y police vehicle is its first product. A previous version of the story claimed the Model Y police vehicle is approximately $7,000 cheaper to buy than the Ford Police Interceptor utility hybrid. As a matter of fact, the Ford Explorer base vehicle is much cheaper than the Tesla at $47,165 in hybrid guys, with the aftermarket modifications required by agencies adding an average of $20,000 to that tally. We've made the necessary corrections to reflect that. Wow, $20,000 of upfit, which would also explain why that Model Y is going for $90,000 if it's the same upfit. Let's see, close that video. Upfit made its debut this past weekend at the largest Tesla gathering, the Tesla Takeover. Let's see. Company says its police car costs between $91,900 to $54,990 for the stock vehicle, plus $41,000 for the upfit. Wow, their upfit costs twice the gas one. Performance Model Y offers similar range and better 0 to 60 acceleration and cost savings of $27,012, mostly fuel, over 5 years, compared to the Ford Police Interceptor hybrid. Okay, and these are the updated numbers. Ford Pro says their hybrid police vehicle sells for $47,165. Does the hybrid even go as an Intercept though? Gas variant is even less expensive. And aftermarket modifications required by law enforcement are roughly $20,000 over the base, which means that the Police Interceptor utility hybrid is significantly cheaper to buy than the Model Y. Yeah, well, almost half. Depending on the customer's needs, Upfit can equip the Tesla Model Y with lots of accessories. These include police-specific interior equipment such as seat covers, high durability materials, molded seats, prisoner cells and partitions, canine containment, and safety firearm and equipment racks, GPS and radio systems, as well as computers and accessories. The list of accessories also includes push bars, grill guards, running boards, pursuit package. What do you need running boards on a Model Y for? Anyway, pursuit package consisting of high-performance braking and suspension systems, custom lighting solutions, sirens, air horns, PA systems, off-road and winter climate packages, air compressors, power tools, cargo storage systems, and more. Armoring packages with ratings up to NIJ III plus or NIJ 3 plus are on the menu as well. They've got some pictures. There's the front with the computer. There's the rear with prisoner cell. Oh, they completely replaced the console. Or at least the armrest. Interesting. Better than fossils. Let's see, 19 comments. What are we looking at here? Last picture of the laptop partially blocking the Tesla display seems like a problem. Up above is a picture of it swung out of the way. Unless it swings out of the way for driving, it seems like an altogether different and better solution wouldn't be too hard to find. Probably good for a pit vehicle too. Fast acceleration, low center of gravity and weight. Yeah, that's true. With the push bar. EV charging infrastructure lags on major U.S. summer road trip corridors. The average distance between chargers in one state is a whopping 465 miles, which is too far. When you consider that the average long-range EV, we're looking between 250 to 350 miles range, means that the average EV can't bridge that gap in that state. Do better. Let's see. Oh, the Lucid Air Dream could do it if you drive the EPA. Model S dual motor all-wheel drive with 405 miles could do it. Could it do it? Did I say 450? 465. So no, the Model S dual motor all-wheel drive could not do it. Mercedes EQS 450 Plus with a range of 350 miles could not do it. I mean, obviously you would go another route, but you shouldn't have to if it's a popular corridor, right? We did a road trip from Southern California to Denver and back in July. Charging infrastructure was okay most of the way, but sparse coming back through the Northwest New Mexico. Northeast Arizona was also sparse. Yeah, I find that if I'm like trying to traverse the continent, if I'm trying to get west or get north and just say go, the car will find me a fine route. But if I'm trying to get to certain places, I can hit charging deserts. If I'm like, hey, let me get to rural North Carolina. That's not even rural, just less populated North Carolina. Oh yeah, good luck. I mean, I get there, but some of the stations are pretty far apart. They end up at a unique state of charge level. Oh, thank you, baby. Do you want it? You want some water? Yeah. You gotta drink water. It's not like that.
She can.
Huh?
She can.
All right, Mommy will make sure you don't spill.
And she can make hot cars faster.
Oh, she did.
In water.
Oh, you played in the water? That's why you lost your shirt? Sharon, how nice of you. It got really hot in here for a second, and then it started to cool back down. Did you notice that?
Hmm?
I said it got really hot in here for a second, and then it started to cool back down. No, it sounded like the air conditioner was breaking again or something. Anyway,
We'll drink water. Too small.
your head's too big for the head hole? but your body's the right size for the rest of it. They grow so fast. Wide open states with generally low traffic volumes most of the year. Yeah. Subaru accelerates electrification, 50% BEV share by 2030, they claim. You got to do better than that, Subaru. Norway requires 100% by then. And that also gives you 5 years to finish the other 50% for most of the rest of the world. Subaru, under its new CEO, Atsushi Osaki, announced acceleration, but not far enough. Acceleration of its electrification efforts and new ambitious goals. So there's a forecast of 1.2 million annual sales at that point, talking about 600,000 BEVs annually. So 1 gigafactory? Any gigafactory, just one? Better. Oh, actually, that's worse. Because Giga Shanghai is at 1 million run rate this year. And Fremont is at 750 run rate this year. Speaking of disappointingly low numbers, the Mazda MX-30 sales have surged in July of 2023. I had somebody arguing to me how this is actually a good car. I'm like, okay, it may be a good car for Japan and wherever else you were talking about, but it's not a good car for North America. And they knew that when they brought it here. That's why they didn't bring very many. It was a California compliance car through and through. With its 100-mile range and almost $40,000 price tag, you get more miles at less money to get a Nissan Leaf. Unless you absolutely had to have the small crossover with suicide doors. Actually, even worse than that. They are like the carriage doors. We had to open the driver's door and passenger door first to get the rear doors open. So let's see. During the first 7 months of the year, the company sold 214,412 units, 29% more than a year ago. That's all cars. In the case of the all-electric Mazda MX-30, sales surged by 250%. Yeah, that's after people learned it was canceling, right? Anyway, they surged by 250% year over year to 28 units. This is the best result so far this year and the best since May of 2022, which shows us how low the bar was. Compared to the brand's total volume, that's just 0.1%. 0.1% EV penetration. The worst in the world. Although let's recall that the model is available only in California. That's still pretty bad, even for California, or even for just California. Regardless, with the recent results, the Mazda MX-30 will be discontinued in the US with the 2023 model year, which was officially announced recently. BEV sales last month is 28, up 250%, and 0.1% market share, or of penetration, I should say. So far this year, Mazda sold 94 MX-30s, which is 71% less than a year ago at this time. Cumulatively, 599 units were sold in total over almost 2 years. Well. And again, if you bought this thing and it works for you and you like it, great. If you bought it and you don't like it and it still works for you, still great. It's the manufacturer I'm complaining about. I'm not saying I have anything against Mazda, but that was lackluster effort. That's what I'm saying. Filings indicate factory retooling underway for Model 3 facelift. Fremont shows several factory building permits are under review. That's right, Bennett. Competition is coming. Tesla better watch their back. Oh, and usually those competitions coming are people saying, "Oh yeah, they're gonna 1 million sales. Oh, watch out for GM and Ford. They're gonna do 1 million sales in 2 years." Yeah, but if they're doing it in 2 years, what is Tesla gonna be doing in 2 years? 2 million, 3 million. In fact, as several of us have stated, 2 billion this year for Tesla was our guess. I think this is just a further retelling of what we talked about with the tents. So I'm going to go on to the next one. We talked about the Magic Dock in Texas, and this is just a better look at what a Magic Dock looks like. So there's the NACS connector, and there's the CCS adapter called Magic Dock. But really, the dock should be this thing. Moving on. So we talked about mega chargers, both with Pepsi and with the mobile mega charger last week. Tesla is planning in 9 semi-trucks charging stations from California to Texas. They're going to make a charging corridor, and they're seeking $100 million in funding from the U.S. government to build the 1,800-mile charging corridor. But not just for their trucks. They're also going to have charging for other people's trucks. Since their truck currently uses MCS2, that tells me that they'll have to install CCS1 on these other stalls because that's all their competition is using right now, CCS1. They're not using MCS anything, MCS2 or 3. And the other thing is, hopefully at this point, they'll install the NACS since it's already megawatt capable. What time will tell. Bennett says 2 years. Roadster unveil. Again, I think so. Because it changed status from no to in development or whatever on the last call. Delivery event. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant. So 2 years, we might see one hover off stage or something. I don't know. I'm hoping the SpaceX package is available at launch. That would be awesome. They propose that each station be equipped with 8 750 kilowatt chargers for Tesla semi-trucks and 4 chargers for trucks made by its competitors. If the plan succeeds, it would be the first of its kind charging network in the U.S. that would enable long-haul electrified trucking from Texas to California, the states where Tesla has a major manufacturing and engineering footprint. On the Tesla Life, I showed you guys the map. I don't have the map in this article. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's not blue and covered in shadows like the Model Y. Absolutely. I think they'll probably go with red, white, or black, like we saw on everything they've showed us so far. And I think it'll be front and center and lighted clearly. I also am now fearful that $250,000 is not going to be the price because it's been over 5 years since that thing was unveiled. It was what, June or July of 2017? And we're now in August of 2023. Over 6 years. We first saw it. Yeah. 300,000. I'm not saying I want that, but in my opinion, the NEVI money should only be used for NACS and CCS chargers. Since Musk has told us that NACS supports up to 1 megawatt, that means NACS should be perfectly adequate for the 750 kilowatt Tesla Semi. Tesla should stop using that proprietary square connector in the Tesla Semi ASAP in favor of NACS. I was about to say it, but this guy did it. The proprietary square connector is, no, it's MCS2. MCS2 connector. MCS3 is due for standardization in 2024. Your numbers are off by 1. Is this 2 and 3 is on deck, as we said. All right, so not likely to be the NACS is not likely to be the the charging system of choice for these types of charging. Again, if you're only charging at 0.75 megawatts and the connector can do megawatt, that first commenter is actually right. But anyway, MCS3 can do up to 3 megawatts. So if you need that for your truck, then I get it. MCS2, I also understand now, looking at it, that the reason that Tesla isn't using MCS3 on the Semi is because MCS3 is only prototypes and demos. Kind of hard to put that on your working truck and have a customer, Pepsi, pay for it. Bennett says $250,000 in 2017. That's the price of a Rimac now. You're right. Or maybe a Celestic. Yes. Ouch. But I would pay that price for a Roadster if I had the money. without being prompted, like you had that scenario where you said you must spend 400,000 on electric EV, and you have these choices: the Celestic or the the Bentley. Go, and I would pick the Bentley. But in this case, if I had the money, I would willingly buy the Roadster. It's like, give me that. Although I would have rather also at that point have been able to get in line back then at the 250, give them the full price, and then let them deal with it. So those same people who are kicking themselves now, saying, "Oh man, imagine what I could have done with that money in the market had I not got the paid in full for the Roadster." When they see what the actual price is, they might be like, I don't feel so bad. I might not have invested it that well." Some of them would. Some of them would invest it better, but not all. Richest man on earth begs government for a government he claims to hate for money. Worse than that, he claims to hate government money, but yet is always, not always, but very often accepting the handouts. Next, U.S. defense contractor also planning on continuing to work closely with Chinese government to make money. Oh wait, he's the same guy. I see the humor. I see the humor, but I think it's an oversimplification. Musk is more accurately the smartest guy around, so he can both apply for the money and see the faults of our current so-called what? Anyway, if the government incentivizes a build-up, Tesla can apply for such incentives. Yeah, just like Peterbilt, Mac, and other truck manufacturers, or Electrify America. Tesla doesn't need the incentives, as we saw in California, where the incentives had too many strings and they just turned them down. But worse than just turning them down, turns out they could have done it all the whole time with the V4 superchargers, because the V4 superchargers have the display of price and the ability to take the. Is that what you wanted? You wanted teddy bears? Enjoy. You don't want the box back? She brought me a couple of teddy grams and took one. You want this? Here, put this on top of there. Put this here. Yeah, that works. We do this. Here. There. Yeah, now you can hold the box. Yeah, good job. Yeah, you can do that too. Oh, don't throw them on the floor. Here, look. Here you go. Like a bowl or a plate. She's got a little doll spoon and her snacks. And so I gave her the snacks and I gave her back the bucket. But she didn't have enough hands, so she's like, "All right, I'm gonna throw something on the floor." Problem solved. So I showed her she could stack the spoon, the doll spoon, and her snacks on top, and just carry the bucket back. And so now she's got it. Bennett says, "Do we know it's a display yet? I just keep hearing the barcode reader like ChargePoint and building them in 2015 or something." So you're right. We have not seen it on, but we have seen that exact same model spec sheet is a display. So you're right. They may not even turn it on. You could save a couple of watts by not turning on the screen and just use it to accept credit cards, or to only turn it on to show receipts and stuff. But in that same California installation where they needed the display, they could have configured it that way and been fine. But instead they just said, we don't need your money. We're going to build it anyway and not do it the way that you want it. And they did. According to emails by Bloomberg, the EV makers seeking nearly 100 million from the U.S. Talking about 1.4 million for one MCS charge port per station and around 11 million for each charge station. This person did the math. That sounds about right for permits and new power infrastructure and everything. Yeah. There's a lot of infrastructure around charging stations. Electronics and cables are a minute comparison to the grid connection, substations, and groundwork for everything. Yep, that part. Some electricity utilities have responded. As part of their IRP and CIP determinations, they're installing charger-ready infrastructure on upgrades and new infrastructure. The overall design and location is also important. In commercial complexes, there's usually a medium voltage utility feeder in the development, which has been defined from 1 kilovolt to 35 kilovolts, depending on, setting up transformers that step down once from from this voltage to charge station transformer is the way to save 3 to 6% of the power feeding the site. Designing around the so-called met glass transformer technology can save another 3% against metal and glass, allowing one of these sites to save 6% over traditional transformer feeder designs. Quite cool. She drops a toy. High cost is a signal which the government will ignore, of course. And here I thought incentives were bad. 97 million in incentives for 9 stations seems a bit ridiculous if you ask me. Yeah, but remember, guys, the stations are huge. We're talking 3/4 of a megawatt each. That's not cheap. All right. So I also mentioned that the the Japanese consortium ripping off Gogoro would make another showing on the show. Honda's mobile power pack is powering tourist boats in Japan from land to water. The applications for Honda's mobile power pack are seemingly endless. Yep. So you can go back to the marina, bring out two modules, put your old 2 modules in, pay the fee, get 2 new ones, and be on your way. Nearly all major automotive brands and automotive and motorcycle brands across the world have already begun developing technology surrounding electric mobility. That's true. I was totally thinking it would name the group that's doing the Japanese version. Yamaha has been hard at work. Yeah, Yamaha is one of them. Basically, it was all the Japanese motorcycle makers. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I don't want to be the first to comment. I don't do boats. Another look at those aero wheels I was talking about. Cybertruck test mule features sleeker aero wheel design. That's one of countless Cybertruck prototypes we've seen this year. And look at that. That looks cool to me. I like it. I mean, this is starting to grow on me, but I still don't really care for it. Personally. Does efficiency really matter when you're using your apocalypse vehicle off-roads or getting away from zombies? In that case, no, but since that's not how most of us are going to use this thing at first, yes, especially if you tow. Any 4 round wheels and tires on any configuration Cybertruck will suit me when the time comes. Yep. What I'd like to know, after nearly 4 years of excessive secrecy, I'd like to know if the off-roadable Cybertruck will come with a real spare tire. Oh, that'd be cool. Because right now, the Rivian has it as an option. And that's all I know of. And if so, where did Tesla hide it? Yes, we all know you can buy one for money and throw it in the bed. I would suspect in the under trunk, because that's where they would typically go. But Tesla hasn't really offered them yet. So, and yeah, you could just throw it in the bed on the vehicle like the Cybertruck. Bennett says efficiency always matters. Are you carrying enough solar to outrun the zombies with bad wheels? Great points. Ooh, I wonder. No, because that would cover the vault. I was going to say, I wonder if you could get that that solar array from Maxwell and shove it on the back. And I guess you could if you did the Texas lithium groundbreaking rack. It's nothing better to call it yet until Tesla tells us what the accessories are. But that rack, and then you put it on top, then you still have access to the vault, and you still got the solar in the configuration it was made for, which is just flat. However, at the Cybertruck angle for the vault, you can then park the truck so that it's angled into the sun, and that might be nice. More hype and fake news. Until this thing actually has prices, specs, crash tests, EPA certs, etc., it's all BS. Eh. It's not vapor. It's just not done yet. All right. Tesla semi lookalike spotted in China. Design, interior, strikingly similar. The front fascia, cabin layout appear nearly identical to the Tesla Semi. Really? I wouldn't call it that. I can see that it's close. I mean, that right there certainly looks like the frunk on the prototypes and the one in the Peterson Museum. That part, I mean, it was more of a wraparound situation. I see the cameras and stuff. They copied them. They copied the wiper arm. Tesla doesn't have any solar or windows in the fairing. That front end looks similar. The lights are different. The front air intake seems similar. High volume production of the Tesla Semi hasn't even started yet, but a Chinese doppelganger appears to have already emerged. A Tesla owner spotted the Semi lookalike on the freeway in China. The camouflage test mule lay on a trailer flatbed, apparently in transit for summer testing. Borderline ready to tape those SIG's sails to a Y. Yeah, why not? Other than, if they come off while you're driving. But if you only use them while it's stationary, why not? Plus, they have the advantage of not letting the sun hit the windows. It's possible the truck belongs to Chinese automaker Jack Motors, which manufactures passenger cars, commercial vehicles, and EVs. The company has multiple factories in Haifi, as per Google Maps. One thing I need to look at here is, even though it may look like the Semi, is this thing an EV or fossil? Because if it's a fossil, it doesn't really matter, does it? At first glance, it may seem nearly identical to the Semi, but scan it closely and you notice the absence of signature wraparound glass and lack of wing mirrors. Like I said, hey baby, you brought me your doll cup and spoon? Did you make me some tea? You did not make me some tea. She's like, don't touch it. Can I see? Thank you. Delicious. Yeah. And don't take the spoon. Well, it's nice to see you. All right. Lack of wing mirrors. Chinese knockoff even has digital camera housings above the windows. That's what I just said. When Tesla first showcased the Semi, it had camera-based wing mirrors, but they were placed at the rear of the cab, unlike the ones we see in its knockoff. All right. Scrolling up again. Oh yeah, they're at the front. Tesla had them at the back. Some of the other, like the autonomous and everything, they have them at the front like this. Let's see. Tweet suggests that the Chinese truck could have vision-based advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS, although it could have radar, square cut above, a square cutout that appears to house the radar sensors as seen in the video. Moreover, it has a glass roof, unlike the Semi house, it has a glass roof, not solar. But it's in the fairing, which means you can't take the fairing off. The rest of the exterior design seems strikingly similar to the Tesla. Cab forward stance with a sloping front fascia with wheel design, and even lower air intake looks identical. The driver-focused interior seems heavily inspired by Semi as well. Does it have two screens? Oh, it does have two screens. Look at that. Huh. It's got the little dopey stalks like the Model 3, like the Semi has, rather than the stockless like the S and X have. Yes. We can go. Get to go. When you can start speaking English or Thai so I can understand you. She's very serious when she's whatever that means, baby. The second tweet embedded above, a similar jack truck is seen, albeit with different visual elements. Its wipers and front section are visibly different than the camouflage prototype. Translates to heavy vehicle branch of Anhui Jiang Global Co. Limited Heavy. Okay. Actually, a little different with this wiper, but from afar, it looks like the Tesla one. And this I'm wondering if that's a fan inside or if it's a reflection of something outside. Neurion EV showcased 2 electric concepts with similar designs. Simplified windshield design on the clone would save thousands. Monroe would be pleased, except if the windshield is all that Musk said at the unveiling, then not having to replace windshields would save thousands as well. Interesting to see it's actually used. Undoubtedly, there are many similar looking to Tesla coming soon enough. Yeah. They can do this without fear of repercussions sued by Tesla because China plays a big role in pumping out Teslas, and Tesla doesn't want to anger Z. So you won't utter a word about this, and not one single tweet, X, Twix. If Jack makes it unlike Tesla, it'll probably work well and be available volume quickly at reasonable price. All right. All right. Why won't you die? Why won't they let you die? Lordstown prepped for legal battle against Karma Auto. Lordstown wanted to expedite its bankruptcy process, but a judge denied it due to looming legal conquest with Karma Automotive. Ohio-based Lordstown Motors never maintained a solid footing in the electric pickup market. Struggles with bankruptcy June this year. Lordstown asked a bankruptcy judge to expedite its bidding procedures, giving the automaker a chance to offload its property as soon as this September. However, the judge denied the requests, as California's court is considering a proceeding with a lawsuit from another EV startup, Irvine-based Karma Automotive sued Longtime Motors Corp in 2020. The complaint of the plaintiff's Karma Automotive alleged that Lordstown stole its ideas and employees in order to save money. Delaware's Mary Walrath, the bankruptcy judge involved, questioned the true ownership of the IP and assets that Lordstown will be selling. The critical issue in this case is whether the debtors own the property but that they want to sell. Oh, yeah, that would suck if you sell somebody else's stuff. Yeah. So I'd say the judge is doing the right thing here. All right. So that's them. Another case of bad comment. NHTSA opens a probe into 280,000 Model 3s and Ys because of 12 complaints of loss of steering control and power steering on 2023 Model 3 and Y vehicles. We'll see what becomes of this. 12 isn't a terribly large number of failures, but of course you want it to be as safe as possible. And we'll see how many of them are real. Why did I say that? Because look at the unintended acceleration cases. They were nothing. 6 weeks of retooling at the Rouge plant has led to much improved production capacity. So they now have an annual run rate of 150,000 on Lightnings. Whoop, whoop. Congratulations to Ford. Chrysler will drop the Airflow name, be previewed by a new concept. Well, now we know why they haven't jumped on the NACS. They still have nothing to sell in this country. The Airflow wasn't a terrible name, but I guess who knows what they're going to call it now. We already knew that the Airflow would not make it to production. Well, then why are you surprised by this? The design study was not a direct preview of the brand's first EV expected in 2025. 2025, though, they may still come out with an export on board. Airflow study was not deemed modern enough by Chrysler's new boss, Chris Friuli. After taking office in September, the executive pushed for a new, more modern design. Okay. Turns out Chrysler already created a new large two-row crossover concept that is more modern than the Airflow, according to Stellantis chief. It's so different that it doesn't even use the name Airflow. Yeah, that makes sense. And the production model won't either. Speaking of Motor Trend, said the change came at the request of new Chrysler CEO, who wanted a statement that had literally zero to do with anything that you have seen today, even the Airflow concept car. Well, less talk and more show, huh? Anyway, we'll talk more when they talk more and show more. More V4 superchargers have opened in Europe, France, and Austria. Subaru is interested in Panasonic's next-gen cylindrical EV batteries. The two companies talk about medium to long-term supply partnership. I think this is just another retelling of the one we talked about last week. No, this is Panasonic. The last one we talked about was Samsung. So it was related. It might mean 4680 cell format or similar one with a different height. Interesting. We'll see more when they actually do it. Another video on that Land Cruiser that was converted and drove 4 miles underwater. I will definitely watch that after this. Speculation that the Cybertruck might weigh less than the Rivian R1T Hummer EV, according to teardown experts. Monroe and Associates state why the Tesla could weigh less. I haven't seen that video yet. In a new Monroe Live episode, teardown specialist Andy Monroe and Corey Steuben, Corey has since moved on to other things, speculate about the Tesla Cybertruck based on factory images, spy shots, and their experience at Model 3 and Y teardowns. One of their predictions, the Cybertruck might weigh less than the R1T and Hummer EV. Have I seen this one yet? Oh yeah, I've seen this one. All right, moving on. Chevrolet kills the base $45,000 EV Blazer trim, the 1LT. Just like they canceled the price of the work truck at $49,999. It's now $79,000. So I mean, it's the same thing we've been seeing in the whole market. However, seems that Chevy's doing a lot of them in this quarter right here. Just like, yeah, forget that price we told you. Well, that price was a joke. Oh, thanks for the reservation. Disappointing. Let's see what the comments look like on this. There are 100 of them. Price and Tesla wait times making me consider Model Y now over the Blazer. Whereas before, I was Blazer over Y because of Tesla QC and service. I don't get it. You can buy the Lyriq for almost the same price with slightly less range. This makes no sense. Yeah, you can buy a Cadillac for the same price as the Chevy. It's not complicated. They only have so many batteries. They're going to sell them in the top trims first. Yeah, same as everybody. Cue the GM HCVs and they don't want to sell them, blah, blah, blah. That's good news. Now I won't be at all tempted to order this vehicle. I don't really want to do business with GM unless they have really class-leading product with good price, like the Z8 Corvette. This Blazer ain't it on either count. As a completely satisfied Bolt EEV owner, I see no reason to move to a Blazer of any trim, especially the 1LT, as they're essentially the same car. Now that GM has announced plans to reintroduce the Bolt EUV with some upgrades, they will likely see duplication. That merchandising makes no sense, at least to me. Long live the Bolt. The Blazer is massive compared to the Bolt. The Lyriq is a luxury Blazer. That's what I was thinking, and people told me no. Anyway, moving on. So Model 3 Highland appears in high resolution. More details appear. New spy images give us the clearest view so far of the refreshed Model 3 prototype. We see the little slit in the door like on the Model Y now. Same charge door, but we might see the new taillights there, at least how they're angled differently. The base wheels appear the same. Probably different wheel covers for sure. Tesla likes to change those. Oh yeah, you can kind of see the taillights there. Da, 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 da. Why are the overhangs so long? Looks like an ice or the original Toyota Prius. It does seem long, doesn't it? Maybe it's a safety feature. The front is reinforced or acts like a crumple zone. Actually, that could be something right there. If the tests have changed, which we know that IIHS has, they could have redesigned for the new test. Or it could be that the camo is just bulky. But it does look a little longer than typical. The rear is partly camouflage for sure. The front, don't know. I think there may be some fake stuff behind the front cover. At least I hope so. Anyway, we'll see it soon enough. I was just hoping there'd be some analysis on it rather than just rehashing what we already know. U.S. hydrogen fuel cell cars sales have improved in Q2 of 2023. In terms of volume, it was the best quarter ever. Let's see what they're talking about. 2023 brought us an interesting surprise in hydrogen fuel car segments. 1,076 new hydrogen fuel cell cars were sold in the U.S., which is 34% more than a year ago. Wow. It's the third time in history that sales have exceeded 1,000 units in a quarter, the highest result ever. The best previous was 1,034 in Q1 of 2021 and 1,033 in Q1 of 2022. It's not a groundbreaking change, but an interesting outcome. Let's see. Fuel cell vehicle sales in Q2, 1,076, up 34%. Toyota Mirai, 1,054, up 64%. Hyundai Nexo, 40, down 62%. During the first half of the year, more than 1,800 new fuel cell vehicles were sold, which is 2% less than a year ago, essentially because of the weak first quarter. 1,801, down 2%. Toyota Mirai, 1,722, up 27%. Hyundai Nexo, 105, down 61%. I think they canceled the Clarity. I'm not seeing any sales on it there. I see the picture of it. Refueling infrastructure. As of May 2023, the number of open retail hydrogen stations in California stood at 58, 5 more than December. Open retail, 58. Open legacy retail, 0, so closed. Currently unavailable, 6. In construction, 7. In permitting, 23. Proposed, 7. On hold, 5. Total light duty, 106. Well, quick calculation reveals there are over 289 cars per single station, cumulative sales divided by number of open retail stations, although it's less due to the early cars that have been removed from service or crashed. Oh, it's like, where'd the comments go? They said comments never done. They scrolled. I would ask the author to look at global sales in Mirai. Other parts of the world, the Mirai are down significantly. Japan is around 200 cars for the first 6 months of 2023, whereas last year it was double that, and 2021 was much more. What it looks like is Toyota is dumping the cars in the US and offering huge subsidies in order to look like market growth. Possibly. Also, for the base model, they're offering $22,000 cash back with $15,000 worth of free fuel, plus 21 days of free gas rentals for when the stations are down, 0% APR, and more. Also, as a side note, back in 2015, Toyota claimed they wanted to sell 30,000 fuel cell vehicles a year in 2020 and forward. This year, it looks like 4,000 to 5,000 in 2021 was the best year, with around 5,900 sold. Those numbers are a far cry from 30,000 units. Drew says not even close. So the sales of Mirai 2015 till now is a whopping 11,429 vehicles. Not sure why Toyota wants to keep pursuing hydrogen in small vehicles. Hydrogen is better used in larger transport without the free $15,000 fuel card, and betting no one will purchase a Mirai. Yeah, when it costs you $15 a gallon equivalent, who's going to buy that crap? Or 11, or whatever it was we looked at when we looked it up with Mark. That's probably the only reason why someone would actually purchase the vehicle. The cost of hydrogen has gone up to $29. Oh shoot! So it's actually worse. $29.99 per kilo, which is again equivalent to 1 gallon of gas. So $30 a gallon without a $15,000 fuel card. You wouldn't see me trying that stuff. Unless somebody else is buying the fuel, of course. Let's see. It used to be $12 to $13 a couple of years ago. The hydrogen infrastructure is still terrible, even though they have 60 plus stations with many either offline or out of fuel. That's true, because it doesn't count as offline if it's working, but there is no fuel or not enough fuel. Wow. But hydrogen infrastructure is are out of fuel. The customers are frustrated when they get to the station. I've been following fuel cell groups since 2018, and their complaints are still the same since then. It's a shame. It's always good to have options for alternative fuel. Yep. Let's see here how much it costs to drive a fuel cell vehicle in California. Probably 25 cents a mile. Could someone interview these strange people to figure out what they're really thinking? It's just hard to believe anybody in their right mind would want to own a hydrogen car. Actually, I have a friend who has one. And like I said, for a good portion of the year, they were paying for him to drive something else because the station was down. A lot of people would lease them, and they throw all sorts of incentives at you, even along with the credit for free fuel. If you just need a second car in the family for local commuting, I could see it making sense in the years before EVs started to become mainstream. But even now, like if you're looking at California electricity prices and Toyota paying for your fuel and it being a lease, you can just get rid of it. It's not a terrible personal decision for a commuter car. Actually owning though, question mark. I'm not sure at what point you'd ever make sense. All right then. $150 for 300 miles. That's 50 cents a mile to drive a hydrogen car. Just in fuel. Forget maintenance. EVs cost 5 to 6 cents per mile to drive. 15,000 sounds like a lot, and when gasoline is $67 a gallon, people consider many alternatives. But that $15,000 fuel card will only get someone 30,000 miles of extremely limited transportation. But if your lease is only for 30,000 miles, then you just drove it for free for the lease duration. All right. And then we've got see Tesla Cybertruck assembled by hand at Gigafactory, Texas. A new video shows the upcoming electric pickup is still in the release candidate phase. If this is the same video we looked at last week, I'll be disappointed. Because as you see by the date, it came out after we looked at it. I don't even see the video. Is it a link to a tweet? Is it a link to something that's gone? Yeah, it is. They're talking about that same one that we saw last week. And with that, I want to thank Zachary and all of our channel members for your monetary support of the channel. I want to thank all of you for your time today, because today was a marathon show at 4 hours long. And I want to wish you all a wonderful week, and I'll catch you on the flip side.